Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is released but remains under investigation as police continue to search his former royal residence. Trump gives Iran a deadline of 10 to 15 days to make a deal on their nuclear program or face really bad things. Plus, a major blow to the U.S. economy as the country's Supreme Court strikes down most of Trump's tariffs. It could cost them over $175 billion. And opening up the real-life X-Files, government agencies are asked to prepare the release of official documents on aliens and extraterrestrial life. Police continue to search Royal Lodge, the former home of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, today, a day after his arrest. The former British prince was released under investigation last night and was seen returning to his current home on the Sandringham estate on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Earlier, the King had released a statement saying the law must take its course. Here's what President Trump had to say on the matter.
I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents.
Let's go live to Los Angeles to speak to Kinsey Schofield, royal commentator and host of Kinsey Schofield Unfiltered. Kinsey, thank you so much for joining us on the show. First of all, we just heard there from President Trump. He thinks it's bad for the royal family. Could Andrew's arrest bring down the House of Windsor?
I mean, it certainly feels that way. It feels very shaky right now. But I think if the king continues to condemn that behavior, if we continue to hear and see from Prince William, and they distance themselves from Prince Andrew, you know, the monarchy does have a future. And I think that future is, quite frankly, Prince William. I think that people are still excited and looking forward to his reign. But to be fair to King Charles, you know, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was not a working royal under his reign, and he certainly did not represent Britain under a King Charles reign. This was an inherited problem that came from Queen Elizabeth II.
And most of the UK newspaper front pages have the photo of Andrew seen hiding in the back of the car after leaving the police station. Could this image really define him now?
It could. And you know why? We've heard so much from him. And unfortunately, he did that BBC interview. And when it comes to visuals with Andrew, it's the tangible evidence we need. We're hearing him contradict himself. So visuals have become so important to us. Whether it's the Virginia Giuffre photo, he denied that that was a real image in that BBC interview. Well, now, thanks to the DOJ dump, we learned from Ghislaine Maxwell, it is a real image. There's the picture of him walking through Central Park with Epstein after he claims he no longer had a relationship with him. And this is one of those humbling photos where you see that he's realizing what a mess he's gotten himself into.
And King Charles swiftly released a statement yesterday following Andrew's arrest. And Kinsey, as we know and many of the viewers know, the King has been undergoing cancer treatment. The start to his reign he had last wanted for so long hasn't really gone as planned. But how was Andrew's arrests and allegations against Andrew, you mentioned Virginia Giuffre there, impacting their relationship? Because we can't forget they are brothers.
You're absolutely right. But this is a defense I use when I'm trying to defend the king and Prince William. When people say to me they had to know what was going on, they had to know that there were girls being brought to Buckingham Palace. These men were never close, King Charles and Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew. You know, they were distant in age. They did not have a lot in common. And Andrew had an entitlement and a chip on his shoulder that the king could not relate to. So I think the king is very inconvenienced by it. I would say I don't believe that the king knew a lot about what was going on in Andrew's personal and private life because they were not very close. And Andrew's put him in a very difficult position.
And there have been lots of reports that Andrew's daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie, are in a state after Andrew's arrest. Their mother, Sarah Ferguson, also, of course, had links to Jeffrey Epstein. This must be an extremely difficult time for the both of them.
I think you're much more compassionate and empathetic than potentially I am, because as I'm going through those DOJ documents, I'm seeing that Beatrice and Eugenie voluntarily jumped on an airplane to visit Jeffrey Epstein after he got out of jail for being a convicted sex offender. So I have less sympathy for them. They were, 18 and 20, I believe, at the time when they took that trip. I know that they've benefited a lot from some of their mother and father's financial relationships. And I think maybe we should ask some serious questions about their behavior as members representing the British royal family as well.
And a poll that was actually done in the UK shows strong support for Andrew to be removed from the line of succession. Kinsey, should he be? Is this the final step that needs to be taken?
I think optics, yes. No one wants to see him. You don't even think that he deserves to be there. I don't think he ever would be there, obviously, but I think optics-wise, it would be a good look to strip him, and even Prince Harry of that option. I think that it would give people much more comfort and peace and confidence in the monarchy.
And I also think, Kinsey, I've just been looking at all of this, and obviously allegations when it comes to Virginia Giuffre and Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor date back years and years. We first heard her talking about him a long time ago. And now we get to the stage where we see Andrew arrested, but he hasn't been arrested for allegations that Virginia Giuffre put to him. He's been arrested for misconduct in public office. How do you think that looks to the public?
Well, it should look like the easiest route for the government to get him, if I'm being honest, because we do have those emails in the DOJ dump that are just right there, blatant, evidence-wise. It's a no-brainer that a prosecutor could go in and show that to a judge or jury, and somebody would be more likely to agree with them. Unfortunately, Virginia took her own life. She's no longer here to defend herself, and we could not cross-examine her biography, her autobiography that she recently wrote. So I think that this is just the easiest route for the government to pursue him. But there are 9 other agencies that are looking at Andrew right now. So he could be, quite honestly, arrested for something similar in the future.
And Kinsey, if you had a crystal ball, what does the future of the royal family look like going from this point?
I think they're going to have to push Prince William and Catherine out more often than William and Catherine would likely want to be out. We know that they enjoy being at home with their children, but they truly are such a positive reflection on the British royal family, and they represent hope. They represent courage, and Catherine surviving cancer, how stoic she's been throughout that process. I think we need to see more of the younger royals.
Kinsey Schofield, so good to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Now, the US has continued to warn Iran to make a deal over its nuclear program as its military buildup in the Middle East fuels fears of an imminent attack. President Trump has set a deadline of 10 to 15 days to reach a meaningful agreement with Tehran. Here's what he told reporters.
On Iran, bad things will happen if
Yeah,
Iran
bad things,
doesn't make
really
a
bad
deal.
things.
What will that
I'm not going to talk to you about that.
Okay, can you just let me know, what what is the goal if there is a U.S. military
Well, we're
strike?
either make a deal or we're going to get a deal one way or the other.
But with a military strike, is it to wipe out their nuclear program?
I'm not going to talk to you about that, but we're either going to get a deal or it's going to be unfortunate for them.
And you said today 10 days. Have you given them a deadline firm to make a deal?
I would think that would be enough time, 10, 15 days, pretty much maximum.
Let's speak to Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the University of Southern California, Derek Grossman. Derek, there's been a lot going on when it comes to the US and Iran. Today, Iran promising a draft deal in the next few days, and Trump saying he's considering a limited military strike on Iran. Will Iran's fast deal save the country from the US firepower, or will Trump strike tomorrow, as lots of reports have been suggesting?
Great to be with you again. And of course, it's very unclear what's going to happen. But I do think it's interesting that Iran has sent out this proposal, and it's really very rapidly in order to try to seek a diplomatic off-ramp, because, essentially they seem to be pretty worried about the possibility that the United States would use military force against Iran. And so I think it's a good thing to try to find a diplomatic off-ramp, but it may be too little too late, because when you look at U.S. military forces in the region right now, it is akin to what we had prior to the Iraq War Part 2 in 2003. So this is, really designed for sustained military operations. This is very different than what we saw in the buildup to the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. So this is far more robust than that. And, it's hard to imagine that the U.S. would move such military might, expend such precious time and resources not to conduct a strike. So if I were a betting man, which I'm not, but if I were a betting man, I would say it is more likely than not that we will see limited military strikes in the coming days.
And Derek, according to Reuters, US military planning on Iran has now reached an advanced stage, with options including targeting individuals as part of an attack and even government change in Iran. What do you make of this after just what you said to me, that with that huge military buildup we're seeing?
Yeah, the U.S. military has many, many different options when it comes to strikes. And it'll be, when you go back to Operation Absolute Resolve, right, or rather, Operation Midnight Hammer back in June. I'm getting all of my military operations confused. There have been a number of them, regrettably. But, when you go back to Midnight Hammer, you had the U.S. military striking key nuclear sites in Iran. That's just one thing that the U.S. can do. It can also target conventional forces targets. It can also target different headquarters within the regime that deal with suppression of human rights in the country. It can, there's so many different options. It's really hard to say, but a lot of it kind of boils down to what sort of message does Trump want to send, right? And this is actually the fundamental question. Is this buildup that we're seeing, is it really about the Iranian regime mistreating the protesters, or is it about their nuclear weapons program, or a combination of both? The answer to that question will then, I think, dictate which targets the United States decides to hit.
And with Iran and Russia holding joint military duels and the US sending another aircraft carrier, and we've been talking about how much US military is in the region, what message is Iran trying to send? Because they also closed the Strait of Hormuz. Now we see military duels with Russia.
Yeah, Iran wants to demonstrate that it has friends, very powerful friends in high places, right? And so Russia is one of them. I think Iran hoped that China would be another, but China is very much hands off in the region. China is willing to provide diplomatic support, economic support, and some limited, dual use military support. But other than that, they really don't want to get drawn into a conflict. Russia already has very strained relations with the United States. And while Russia may not want to directly confront the United States through Iran, it's willing to support Iranian proxy forces against the U.S. And so I think that's why you're seeing Tehran reach out in this way. I don't know that it'll work. because, again, the U.S. already has overwhelming military force there. Russia does not. And so it looks like it's an advantage for Washington.
And reports suggest Keir Starmer, of course, the British Prime Minister, is refusing to let the US use British bases. Will this refusal stop a strike on Iran, or do you think London is quietly caught in the middle of these escalating tensions we're seeing?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter all that much because, again, with 2 aircraft carriers in the region, that is the U.S. military's way of projecting power into Iran. Diego Garcia, frankly, it would help, of course, right? But it is more like an additional platform or island, from which to launch military operations. The other thing is it's farther away. It's much farther away. It's in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And so there are some more limited capabilities coming out of Diego Garcia. I think what you saw from the British foreign minister, or rather the British prime minister the other day, was some frustration, with Trump's earlier claims over Greenland and threatening a NATO ally in Denmark. Also, the seizure of Maduro in Venezuela, which was a breach of international law and norms of behavior. I think it's the British, standing up to the U.S., at least symbolically, to say this particular base that we heretofore have owned and operated. There may be a deal along the way in which that's no longer the case with Mauritius, but at least for now, we own and operate this base, and therefore we reserve the right to let you use it or not, right? And I think that's very symbolic because it demonstrates a greater rift in the transatlantic alliance than maybe previously observed.
And Derek, we actually got some breaking news in the last hour, and the Supreme Court has ruled Donald Trump's reciprocal tariffs are unconstitutional. We've actually heard from Donald Trump too while I've just been speaking to you. He calls the Supreme Court decision a disgrace, and he also says he has a backup plan after Supreme Court tariffs decision. We've seen lots of countries come out, comment on this. So what happens next?
Yeah, so, this is really a monumental decision by the Supreme Court. And just to be clear, there's a lot of commentary in the media right now about how what Trump's doing is illegal. Well, the best way to put it is actually the way you put it. It's unconstitutional, right? Meaning that the president, as chief of the executive branch, needs to go to the legislative branch, in other words, Congress, to get authorization for tariffs. And he didn't do that starting in April of last year with National Liberation Day. And so, yes, the question now becomes what to do with all this money. He claims it's something like $17 trillion that the U.S. has raked in. It's probably closer to $252 billion, still a lot of money. But does that money now go back to the different companies that were charged a tariff? So do they get, like a reimbursement check, or does it go back to the American people, or does it go back to the countries who we have all these deals with, right? It's very unclear how this is going to proceed. It is an enormous blow for Trump and his reciprocal trade tariffs that were all very unilateral without asking anybody for anything. And yes, he says he has an additional backup plan, and we'll see how that goes, except it'll be, I can almost guarantee you, it'll be far more limited in scope. It'll have to be per, laws that are already on the books. And when I say limited in scope, I mean, against only certain commodities or maybe even, if he's lucky, certain sectors of the economy, especially those dealing with sensitive technology transfers. He may be able to still do some tariffs there. But in terms of these broad sweeping tariffs and then, having all of this drama-filled negotiations with different countries around the world to reduce their tariffs, that I think is now a thing of the past as of today.
And I was thinking back to Liberation Day, of course, Derek, we can't forget that. But there has been some lines coming out that it could cost the US over $175 billion after that Supreme Court decision on Donald Trump's tariffs. Derek Grossman, as always, thank you.
Thanks. Take care.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Ukraine has attacked the port of Sevastopol in Russian-annexed Crimea. Crimea, killing one person. Russia said air defense units had intercepted 16 Ukrainian drones with several homes damaged. Next week marks the fourth year of the conflict since Russia launched a full-scale invasion. An Australian climber has been found guilty of gross negligent manslaughter after his girlfriend froze to death on Austria's highest mountain last year. The man has been given a 5-month suspended sentence and fined €9,600. His girlfriend died of hypothermia during a climbing trip on the Grossglockner mountain in January 2025. An airport in Florida will be renamed after President Trump after a bill proposing the change was approved. Palm Beach International Airport will soon be known as President Donald J. Trump International Airport. The terminal is located just minutes away from Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. And Eric Dane, the actor best known for his roles in Grey's Anatomy and Euphoria, has died after a battle with ALS. The 53-year-old shared his diagnosis last year and spent his final month raising money and awareness for the most common form of motor neuron disease. US agencies could release the government's files on aliens after a request from President Trump. Trump accused former President Barack Obama of revealing classified information after he said aliens were real on a podcast last week. Here's what Trump told reporters on board Air Force One.
Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens are real.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals.
Let's speak to an expert on this very matter, Andy McGrillen, who is the host of That UFO, a podcast. Andy, Donald Trump always having a little bit of humour in his chats there. But to what extent is Donald Trump's UFO file release about transparency, or is it about trolling Barack Obama?
Thank you for having me. There's probably two layers to it. I think on the surface it's framed as transparency, and there is a genuine bipartisan pressure in the US for more disclosure around unidentified anomalous phenomena. But politically it's smart positioning by contrasting himself with Barack Obama's cautious tone. I think Trump can present himself as the guy to open the vault and be that president. So it's part policy, part political theatre.
And did Barack Obama really confirm aliens are real? Or was it just that cosmic mic drop moment taken completely out of context?
It's a fair question, and the answer is yes, he did say they are real. And it's important to remember Barack Obama is extremely careful with language. He was asked directly by Brian Tyler Cohen whether aliens are real. He responded, they are real. He clarified he meant statistically, given the real number of galaxies and planets across the galaxy and the universe, the probability of life elsewhere is high. He said he saw no evidence of extraterrestrial visitation during his presidency. So he wasn't confirming aliens on Earth. It was a statement about probability in the end, not proof. But he did hint at this being something hidden from presidents potentially in the United States, and that line inevitably plays into ongoing political debates, doesn't it, about transparency and the deep state?
Absolutely. In 2024, a Pentagon report said that there was no evidence of aliens, just balloons, drones and optical illusions. So why has the public's interest in UFOs really surged in recent years?
Yeah, so that was the 2024 historical review from the Pentagon's AARO office, or All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. It concluded no verified evidence of ET technology. However, it also acknowledged a percentage of cases remain unresolved due to insufficient data, and that's important. It wasn't a widespread debunking of the phenomenon. When it refers to balloons, drones or foreign systems, it's not talking hobbyist equipment here. It's talking advanced military or intelligence platforms, some of these classified. So public interest hasn't surged because aliens were or weren't confirmed. I think it's because the government is showing that it's openly investigating this phenomenon, whatever that might be.
And when the UFO files are finally opened, as Donald Trump wants them to be, will we get shocking secrets about extraterrestrials? Or, Andy, the big question here is it just going to be more paperwork?
So I think we might see a bit of a mix. These files tend to be heavily redacted, as we have seen in recent times. I don't expect dramatic confirmation of ET phoning home. However, if there was definitive proof of alien visitation, that's global, world-altering revelation, not something that's going to be buried in some paperwork. What we're more likely to see are internal memos, technical assessments, and names potentially being named. And even when documents are partially redacted, like we've seen, like I say, in the Epstein case, they can still point researchers in certain directions. And I think that could potentially really whet the public's appetite on a global stage, not just in the US, to dig into this phenomenon.
And also, probably a little bit more conspiracy theorists will be jumping on that too, I'm sure. But Andy, Elon Musk has repeatedly said he has seen no credible evidence of aliens visiting Earth. Do you and the people who listen to your podcast think aliens are real?
Really interestingly, 2 days ago, Elon Musk at a conference actually made a statement saying discovering alien life would be epic and transformative, perhaps in his latest venture, hinting they might even find aliens. While it was tongue-in-cheek, it was interesting from Elon Musk. I think we have a phenomenon that is playing a part in our history, both current and past. And it's non-human in origin. I think it's multifaceted. I think the days of little green men coming from Mars, we can bin that conversation and that stigmatisation and really look at something non-human as interacting with us, whether it's advanced drones, whether it's something else. But there's enough evidence now on the table for us to go and dig into this properly and scientifically.
Andy, I must admit something. I always tell people I believe in aliens, and I truly do, because I would agree that the world is just way too big, and we look up at the sky, surely somewhere there has to be another form of life. And I remember reading the book Interstellar, and that really also, I was convinced after that.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we can look up at the stars and your imagination gets set wild. I think there's a potential that we have to look a little bit closer to home for some of this proof and evidence, and that includes our own oceans, which are vastly unexplored and unmapped, and the potential for there being some sort of life or even equipment left behind that's monitoring this planet. It's what we're doing. We've got rovers on Mars. We've got rovers on other planets. We've got probes now out in our own solar system exploring. And I just think if some species had a little bit of a head start on us, even a couple of 100 years, what would their technology look like? And I don't think we'd have to look too far to see that what our technology looks like now would be vastly improved.
Absolutely fascinating. Andy McGrillen, it's been brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Call it a case of the force getting festive. Police in Thailand hid inside a lion costume during Lunar New Year celebrations to catch a suspected thief. Reports say it took 2 weeks to hatch the plan, and it was all caught on camera. Patrick Fock reports.
They're a feature of Lunar New Year celebrations. The traditional Chinese lion dance performed by acrobatic stuntmen in colourful costume. For many people, it's a highlight of the festivities.
It represents that in the new year, for society as a whole, and for each of us, life will be prosperous and flourishing, lively and full of energy.
But for one unsuspecting spectator in Thailand, a performance that was anything but a symbol of good fortune. This is the view from inside the lion's mask with a police officer saying be patient. The target, a man suspected of stealing tens of thousands of dollars of Buddhist artifacts. Then, the moment they pounced. The arrest took place at a temple in Nonthaburi province. Investigators learned that the suspect planned to meet friends there. In cuffs here and under control, officers ask him how many robberies he's committed. 2, he replies. According to reports, the 33-year-old man has a criminal record involving drug offences and theft. A festive sting operation putting on show the long arm of the lion's roar. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Spot gold prices rose by 1% today as the US economic growth has slowed more than expected in the fourth quarter. Last year's government shutdown disruptions and more moderate consumer spending contributed to that slowdown. But tax cuts and AI investment are expected to increase activity in 2026. Tesla has unveiled a new, cheaper Cybertruck model and cut the price of the Cyber Beast by around $15,000. The decision was made to drive up demand as the electric vehicle makers struggle to find buyers for its most expensive model. Turning to all the sports news now, and Team GB have made it to the men's curling final in Italy this weekend after beating Switzerland. The Brits, who are the reigning world champions, will face Canada on Saturday and are hoping to upgrade their silver medal from Beijing. And more news now from the Winter Olympics. A three-time world champion skater Kaori Sakamoto finished with a silver after completing her final skate. A missed jump combination cost the Japanese athlete the gold medal as she finished behind American Alicia Liu. Muslims across the world are marking Ramadan this month, abstaining from food and drink from dawn until sunset. That also includes professional football players in the Premier League, whose matches will be paused to allow Muslim players to break their fast. Let's discuss this further with sports broadcaster and journalist Tasdeeq Din. Good to have you back on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. This is, of course, the first week of Ramadan, but this isn't the first time the Premier League and the English Football League have allowed Ramadan breaks on the pitch, is it?
That's right, Leigh Ann. It was in 2021 in a fixture. West Ham United were the visitors to Leicester City. Two players that day, Sheiko Kouyaté for West Ham and Wesley Fofana for Leicester City, had a in-game pause to break the respective fasts that both were observing during the match. It was pre-arranged with the Premier League, fully advised the Football Association and the EFL, the English Football League, likewise. And this was all in conjunction with the PFA, the Professional Football Association, who recognised the challenges that players who wanted to fast but also follow their faith would face when the evening kickoffs occurred after sunset.
So how will this actually work in practice, and which high-profile players are likely to be affected by this?
The respective captains of the day will have a team meeting with the referee, and any additional needs are often discussed. And in the occasion that we find ourselves with Ramadan today in the UK on its third day, this will be the first weekend of football action. So the two captains, respective captains, will get in touch with the officials to say we have players involved in our sides, and a pause will be agreed upon, during which time we'll corroborate with the sunset, the local sunset, approximately 17:35 UK time. So we'll see players maybe of the calibre of William Saliba, Amadou Onana, Wesley Fofana, Mohamed Salah, and Omar Mamouche, as well as Hugo Etakite and Malik Thiaw, the Newcastle United player, who will more than likely have the potential to observe Ramadan while they play, although some may elect not to fast on the match itself, but alleviations are given to those players to make up those number of fasts afterwards. But invariably there will be the breaks that will be affecting the games this weekend.
And as we know, there are always lots of fixtures happening across the weekend when it comes to football. Which games will possibly have this brief pause for players?
Well, there's 3 that could be potentially affected with the pause for Ramadan breaks. On Saturday, there are 2 after 2 evening kickoffs, and both will be in action after the 17:30 approximate sunset time. The fixture where West Ham United host Bournemouth, and later on after the big one, the Man City fixture where they host Newcastle United. Man City, of course, looking to close the gap at the top of the Premier League to Arsenal. Arsenal, the team itself will be involved on Sunday in the evening kickoff, where their respective players may face a Ramadan break when they travel to bitter rivals Tottenham Hotspur in the big North London derby, where potentially we could see the respective captains come together and organise this pre-arranged break. Invariably involves a pause at the side of the sidelines where nutrition and fluids can be taken briefly just for the players who are fasting, although this does invariably lead to a drinks break. But it's much better than it was previously, where the players would often feign an injury about the appropriate time just to get some attention, which allowed the break to happen. But we don't need to do that here in English football these days. It's all recognised above board and very welcome, you have to say.
And do we see this happening across any other sporting events? Or do you think football is really the main trailblazer here? Because I do know that it sometimes happens in cricket.
Yeah, the authorities in cricket don't really need to have that much of a worry, because there are natural breaks in the duration of the match. Even in the shortest format of the game, the T20 20-over matches, you will find that the players can often leave the pitch. So should they need to have a break for any reason, invariably an injury or a comfort break, shall we say, they are allowed to leave for a period of time. And invariably, this would cover something like a fasting athlete in that regard. The equivalent may be in the NBA, the American Basketball League, or where basketball players can have also breaks within the game, and this is naturally occurring and does affect the actual fixture itself. But on its own, for football to embrace that here in England, in a very high-profile league, other leagues in Europe could surely take note, because at the moment we only see this occurring in matches on these shores.
And a quick fire question to you. You mentioned the North London derby there. I used to live in London. People can't wait for it. They celebrate it so much. Who's going to win, do you think? And who has the right team to win?
That's a very good question, Leigh Ann. And you have to accept that the form goes out the window with any derby, especially the North London derby. Tottenham Hotspurs would be emboldened, shall we say, with the appointment of their new manager, Igor Tudor, no-nonsense manager who's coming into a very high-profile fixture. And they will recognise a wobble in Arsenal, because they travelled in the week to Wolverhampton Wanderers, who are rock bottom, and were 2-0 up in that game. So if you're going to be champions, you would see the game out. But Wolves came back and Arsenal had to accept a 2-2 draw. So coming back to your question, who will win? Both teams have so much on the line, but Mikel Arteta, I think, will have enough in the tank to get his young charges over the line. And of course, they will want to mitigate whatever Man City do in their fixture the day before when they host Newcastle. So at the moment, we have a 5-point gap at the top of the Premier League table. Let's see what that will be at the end after the weekend's fixtures.
So you think Arsenal this weekend? Tustik, I'll watch and I'll see if it is Arsenal, and then I'll let you know. Thank you so much for your time. A reminder of our top stories. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is released but remains under investigation as police continue to search his former royal residence. Trump gives Iran a deadline of 10 to 15 days to make a deal on their nuclear program or face really bad things. Plus, a major blow to the U.S. economy as the country's Supreme Court strikes down most of Trump's tariffs. It could cost them over $175 billion. And opening up the real-life X-Files, government agencies are asked to prepare the release of official documents on aliens and extraterrestrial life. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also, follow us on X. Goodbye and happy Friday.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today's international headlines are shaped by two major themes: rising tension over a possible U.S. strike on Iran and deepening fallout from the Epstein scandal following the arrest of former Prince Andrew. From Washington to London, the press is weighing questions of power, accountability and the risks of escalation, alongside a few unexpected stories shaping the global news cycle. International media continue to focus on the tense countdown toward a possible U.S. strike on Iran, driven by Trump's warnings and a major American military buildup. Coverage balanced this with last-minute diplomacy, noting stalled nuclear talks and mediation efforts by regional actors. The dominant theme was brinkmanship, escalating pressure, real strike preparations, but no final decision yet, as all sides test how far the crisis will go. The New York Times argues that President Trump is moving the United States toward possible strikes on Iran without clearly explaining the threat, objectives, and timing. Now, contrasting Trump with George W. Bush's Iraq war case, the piece highlights the absence of speeches, congressional debate, or allied backing as well. It questions whether airstrikes can achieve shifting goals from nuclear containment to regime pressure, and warns that vague rationales, high demands in talks, and also minimal transparency risk repeating past strategic mistakes and also credibility costs. Israel Hayom examines Washington's looming confrontation with Iran by questioning not military capability but strategic purpose. It surveys options facing the Trump administration: regime change, internal destabilization, nuclear or missile strikes, forced negotiations, or decapitation of leadership, and also finds each fraught with limits and unintended risks. Iran, for example, can still strike back using missiles and proxy forces, and airstrikes alone are unlikely to produce lasting results. The author also argues that unless Washington clearly defines its political goals and the cost of getting out, U.S. military strength could end up deepening the conflict instead of delivering a stable outcome. The Independent reviews President Donald Trump's abrupt reversal on Keir Starmer's Chagos Islands deal, linking it directly to Britain's refusal to allow U.S. strikes on Iran from Royal Air Force bases. It frames Trump's criticism as driven less by sovereignty concerns and more by operational frustration over Diego Garcia. Also, the piece highlights growing strain in U.S.-UK relations as legal, strategic, and also geopolitical pressures collide around Iran and the future of the Chagos Islands. International and British media treated the latest Epstein developments and Prince Andrew's arrest and release as major scandal news, stressing both legal and institutional implications. Coverage described the arrest as highly unusual given his royal status, tied closely to newly released Epstein files, of course, and noted global reactions as the monarchy faces intense scrutiny. British outlets also highlighted the subsequent legal drama and constitutional significance, while international press linked the episode to broader debates over accountability for powerful figures and ongoing Epstein-related investigations. Newsweek examines the unprecedented arrest of Prince Andrew, framing it as the first detention of a modern British royal and situating it within centuries of rare historical precedents. It reports that police acted after release of the Epstein files or the Epstein-related files, while noting Andrew's denials and lack of official detail. The piece emphasizes the symbolic gravity of the moment, contrasts it with past royal scandals that avoided arrest, and underscores the legal, political, and reputational consequences now facing the monarchy. The Economist argues that the arrest of Prince Andrew marks an extraordinary constitutional moment, testing the monarchy's credibility. The analysis frames the detention as both unprecedented and also symbolic, proof that even royals are subject to the law, yet a potential catalyst for deeper institutional damage. By recalling historical royal arrests and detailing possible legal consequences, the piece suggests Republicans see opportunity, while King Charles III seeks to contain fallout by publicly backing due process. The Times frames Prince Andrew's arrest as the gravest challenge to the British monarchy in a century, surpassing even the 1936 abdication. It argues this crisis is constitutional as well as moral, given Andrew's lingering status in the line of succession. The piece highlights King Charles III's swift, stark response as an attempt to protect institutional legitimacy, while warning that unresolved questions about accountability, privilege, and public trust could leave lasting damage. The Telegraph reveals in an exclusive new evidence suggesting Prince Andrew was closely linked to business ventures run by his top aide, David Stern, including a secret deal with the Chinese state. Now, the piece draws on emails from the Epstein files and argues that Andrew's status and access were leveraged to advance OPEC commercial interests in China, even after his trade envoy role ended. The piece deepens concerns about conflicts of interest, hidden influence, and Andrew's continued ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Other stories grabbed attention in the U.S. and internationally, like the first official meeting of President Trump's Board of Peace. Politico examined President Trump's launch of his board as a high-profile but controversial bid to reshape Gaza's reconstruction outside traditional multilateral channels. The analysis highlights how smaller states pledged billions and some troops, while major U.S. allies and European powers largely stayed on the sidelines. The piece also discusses tensions between Trump's personal control and global governance norms, questioning the board's legitimacy, inclusiveness, and relationship with the United Nations, despite its sudden financial momentum. And we'll end with the Wall Street Journal, which reports that President Trump decided to order the release of government files on UFOs and extraterrestrial life, framing it as a mix of political theater and public curiosity. The report notes that the move follows renewed attention sparked by Barack Obama's podcast remarks, which Trump criticized as reckless. The piece also balances skepticism with public fascination, also noting Pentagon denials, past declassification efforts, and how the episode reflects Trump's flair for spectacle while tapping into enduring conspiracy culture. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. See, he doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched? Turns out you probably are. From security cameras enhanced with facial recognition to automatic license plate readers and smart doorbell cameras, mass surveillance has become mainstream. But is our data being weaponized without our consent? And if so, is that a price worth paying for greater safety? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now, Formula E is the world's first all-electric world championship, bringing together high-speed racing and cutting-edge technology. Well, now in its 12th season, the series has just made history as the first sport ever to achieve B Corps certification, underlying its commitment to sustainability and innovation. Well, with the championship in Jeddah for the E-Prix, we're joined now by the CEO of E-Prix, Jeff Dodds, to talk about the future of electric racing and what it means for Saudi Arabia and the world. Jeff Dodds, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to ask you, first of all, what makes racing in Jeddah and in particular in Saudi Arabia so special for Formula E?
Tom, well, first of all, thank you for having me. Delighted to be on the show. We've raced in Saudi, I think, since 2018. So we've been coming here for a while, but we previously raced in Diriyah, Riyadh, and we only moved across to Jeddah last year. So even between those two locations in Saudi Arabia, it's been incredibly different. The kind of pure street circuit in Riyadh with the sand blowing across the track and making it very difficult for the cars, to this incredible purpose-built facility here in Jeddah on the Corniche. So we come here, the weather's perfect. It's always, the hospitality is always wonderful, and the setup here, the road circuit here, is incredibly fast and incredibly technical. So it's a real favourite of our drivers, and seems to set up very well for our style of electric racing, which is very close combat, very sharp elbowed, and yeah, always delivers a really exciting race. I think last year the winner in the second race here went on to win the World Championship. So it's also a good indicator of who's likely to do well across the season.
Okay, thanks for that, Jeff. I mean, how important is Saudi Arabia to Formula E and to your long-term growth prospects?
We've been racing here for a long time. The Saudi partners have been incredibly important to us. So we have sponsors that are Saudia, the airline, SABIC, the chemical company, and the PIF, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. So we're well supported by not just the businesses in Saudi, but also by the Saudi government here, who allow us to come and race on this incredible circuit. So we've had many enjoyable years here, and our hope would be to have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as part of our race schedule for many, many years to come. So no, incredibly important part. It's also the first night race we do in every season. So we go from these kind of more traditional styles of Grand Prix, or E-Prix as we call them, to this first night race, which is two races on Friday and Saturday night in Saudi, at night with the drones and the fireworks and this incredible backdrop here. So it marks a real spectacle in the calendar for us.
Yeah, I mean, sort of made for television, isn't it? And you've got a night race in Tokyo coming up as well, haven't you?
Yeah, well, so Tokyo is a really interesting city, Tom. So Tokyo only ever closes the city for one other sporting event, which is the Tokyo Marathon. We're the only other sporting event they close the city for. And Tokyo, for me, when I think about Tokyo, and I've been there many, many times over the years, but when I think about it at night. I think about the big neon signs and the kind of the TDK neon sign that's very famous, and this wonderful kind of nightlife. So bringing a race to Tokyo and doing it at night is super exciting, because you're going to get to experience those cars racing around the city and get to see it at night with those beautiful neon lights around.
Yeah, I mean, with the beautiful Corniche in Jeddah and the nightlife and the lights of Tokyo by night, I mean, with all of that, I mean, that's some seriously impressive backdrops. And I'm just thinking to myself as you're talking there, I mean, why don't you consider something a bit like Drive to Survive, you know, that Netflix series which did a lot for the image of Formula One? Why don't you do something like that?
Yeah, well, we actually have one. So we have a series. It's on Amazon Prime Video. We've only had 2 series of it now. It's called Driver. So anyone that hasn't seen it, by all means, go and check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. But it's a slightly different style to Drive to Survive. So Drive to Survive is, it's slightly more soap opera-y in the way that it's designed. Ours is a bit more of an authentic look into the mind of a driver and what it takes to be a world championship driver. So we've started that journey ourselves, Tom, but obviously they're on Netflix, we're on Prime Video. Theirs is a slightly different take on the subject than ours, because there's no point just creating the same as them but for Formula E. So we do something slightly different.
Fair enough. Let's get back to Saudi Arabia, where you are right now in Jeddah. And, you know, we're talking about Formula E here, a sport that's still relatively new. A lot of people watching it there could be watching it for the first time. And I'm just wondering what you hope they will understand about Formula E.
We're in our 12th year, as you said earlier, and you know that would compare to someone like Formula One that's 75 years old or 76 years old this year. So we are comparatively a newbie when it comes to motorsport. If they were to come, though, and they like motorsport, the first thing is there's a lot of familiarity, right? You've got open-wheeled, single-seater racing cars screaming around here at incredible speed. The drivers will feel familiar to them. The setup will feel familiar to them. Maybe where the differences are, the first thing is we're all electric. So we're pure electric powertrain, which means 30% faster accelerating than a Formula One car. So they explode off of the line. Much more close combat racing. So the cars are much more tightly packed, which means you've got many more overtakes, much more sharper elbows. They don't reach quite the same top speed, but then they don't need to because we're on circuit layouts that are much more tightly packed together, much more challenging. So I think if you came to watch it, the other big difference, of course, which everybody will reference, some people love, some people don't, is the sound is very different. So these will sound more like fighter jets, that very different sound to a traditional roar of a combustion engine. So I say if you're coming to watch it for the first time with a family, actually you can watch the racing, enjoy the racing, still talk to the people with you, and maybe you go home with slightly less of a headache. But if you're more of a traditional motorsport fan, you are going to find that different.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about your sport, which is all electric, but F1 is kind of heading into your territory, isn't it? Because there's talk of hybrid engines with a 50-50 split between electric and combustion. How do you feel about that?
Well, so look, we're the only motorsport in the world that can race as a single-seater series, pure electric, as an FIA World Championship. So we are pure electric, 97% efficient powertrains, 100% electric. Formula One are, I mean, I use this word, but I don't use it in a particularly negative way, but it's true. They're kind of combining and compromising with two technologies together. So they have combustion engine technology, so a combustion engine, and then they'll have a powertrain and a battery to allow them to have an electric element. They're 50-50 at the moment, half the power coming from combustion, half the power coming from electric. As a result of making that change, the cars are actually a bit slower, or likely to be a bit slower this year than they were in the previous regulation. But I think that's probably as far as they go, because if they wish to add more electric, because they can't get rid of the combustion engine, they're likely just to get slower and slower over time. So I think this is probably about the right mix for them in their eyes. But yes, you're right in a sense that we started as a street racing championship, and Formula One have been adding street races to their setup, and we're a pure electric racing championship, and they're adding more electric to their infrastructure. So maybe we should be a little more flattered by that, but yeah, they're certainly moving more towards this direction.
Now, Jeff, I just want to ask you about something I was saying in the introduction, the fact that Formula E has just become the first sport to achieve B Corp certification. And I wondered, in simple terms, what does that mean and why does that matter?
So it matters because sport is a relatively low bar when it comes to environmental and social sustainability. Formula E was founded not just to be an amazing motorsport, but also to support the energy transition towards electric vehicles, but also to show that sports can also be sustainable properties. So under the old definition, we have been net zero from day zero. So the focus on sustainability here is built into the way that we run a business. When I arrived just under 3 years ago, my challenge to the team was, we were talking about being the most sustainable sport in the world and the most socially, number one ESG sport in the world, but sport shouldn't be our benchmark because sport notoriously is not that high in terms of its watermark. So to become a B Corp, and there's only 9,000 companies in the world that are B Corps, you really have to go through an incredibly intensive audit process, and it looks at every facet of your business, not just the core business, but how you work with your staff, how you treat your fans or your customers. It looks at every part of it. So to achieve that status and that certification is incredibly hard. But it's a very good discipline to go through for a business that prides itself on being sustainable. So we rewarded it very recently. We announced it just a few weeks ago, and it's an incredible testament to every member of the team here that makes sure everything we do in this business is as sustainable as possible.
Okay, now, Jeff, just picking up on what you were saying there, I mean, it echoes something else you've said, which is that Formula E It's a bit like a living laboratory. And I just want to know whether, what happens on the racetrack. Does it really affect electric cars, the cars that people drive in the real world? And have you had any sort of energy storage or other kind of breakthroughs as part of all of that?
Yeah, so look, because we're relatively new technology, so the combustion technology is roughly 130 years old. So it's been in cars for a very, very long time. So any real benefits that can come out of that technology have largely been extracted. Battery electric vehicle technology is really only about 15 years old in terms of being on the road. So we're still unlocking benefits to that technology very, very, particularly in things like batteries. So the stories are not ours, but the stories belong to the individual manufacturer teams that are in this championship. So whether it's Porsche or Jaguar or Nissan or Stellantis, it's Mahindra, it's them that are unlocking the benefits. And you could talk to someone like Jaguar. Jaguar tell a lovely story of they discovered something in the way that the software worked between the battery and the powertrain on the racetrack, that they were able to update their road cars over the air with that upgrade in the software. And almost overnight, I think you had, it unlocked kind of 20, 30 kilometers more battery availability and range from something they learnt on the racing track. If you look at the new Porsche Cayenne, for example, the new all-electric Cayenne, it is stuffed full of incredible technology, a lot of which has been developed here in their racing program. So yeah, we're very much still seeing tech move its way from the racetrack into the road cars of our manufacturers.
Okay, let's talk a bit about Saudi Arabia as a venue and a place to stage an event like this. I mean, what's it like organising something in the kingdom as opposed to in Europe or the US, especially when it comes to regulation?
Well, all I can say is from our side, it's very straightforward, but that's possibly because we work with a local business here called CBX. They've been running motorsport events for many years. They're very established here in the kingdom, and they've worked with us for a number of years, and they do just an amazing job. So for us, my team would tell you it's probably one of the easiest races they do all year because you've got a state-of-the-art facility here. You've got a brilliant local partner that does a lot of the organising and makes it work smoothly. But look, for me, you arrive on the e-visa system into Saudi Arabia, incredibly hospitable welcome. We get to the racetrack, everything's set up for us, and it runs like clockwork. So, yeah, I have to say, if every race around the world was like this, and my team would find their work a little bit easier.
And just tell us, what do people usually tell you at an event like the one you're at there in Jeddah, especially if they're watching Formula E for the first time? What usually surprises people?
So they're blown away by the acceleration of the car. So I think they are absolutely shocked when they see these cars take off the line and just how fast they are. They're also surprised just how close the cars are racing and the gap. So, you know, you will split the entire field in qualifying by much less than a second. These cars are so closely matched and they race so closely together. So I think the things that would surprise them are the raw acceleration and then how combative the racing is and how closely matched it is.
Okay, Jeff, I want to ask you briefly about the Evo sessions that are being held there in Jeddah. You're bringing some global content creators to drive these Gen 3 Evo cars. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so look, we're always looking for ways to bring the sport to a new audience. We did the first Evo sessions last year with Mr. Beast in Miami and a number of other content creators, Brooklyn Beckham, Amelia Hartford, Yuka, just this kind of cool group of very highly followed individuals. It was very successful last year. Obviously, we learned a lot, and we will do the second Evo sessions here in Jeddah because the format worked, the facility here is great, but it's a very different group of content creators this year. So it's the Sidemen and special guests. Khabib Lame, the very famous, I think the most followed TikToker in the world. Amelia Hartford's coming back for a second go. She loved it so much the first time round. But yeah, different group of creators, and they will take this product to their fan base, to their followership, and hopefully it brings us a new group of fans as a result of it. That's exactly what happened last year. And for us, it's quite an exciting way of engaging with a new community of fans.
Okay, Jeff, and just lastly, to wrap up this conversation, what sort of general direction is Formula E heading in? And where do you see it moving ahead and positioning itself within the wider world of global motorsport?
So we're a sports entertainment product. That's the first thing. So we're of course a world champion in sport, a very serious sport, but we recognise sport and entertainment do not need to be different things. They're not mutually exclusive. Each generation of our car gets faster and faster. So the Gen 4 car, which will be launched later this calendar year, will be 70% more powerful than the current car, much higher top speed, much lower lap times. So the direction of travel around the car is to get faster and faster. Obviously, we're looking to continue growing fan base and media audience, and to attract new fans, new manufacturers, new teams over time. So look, we're on a very steep upward trajectory. I think we're the second most successful sport launch this century, after the IPL, the Indian Premier League, the cricket league, obviously massively popular in India. But we're riding the tailwind of electrification. So we also expect, I think there'll be between 15 and 20 electric vehicles sold this year around the world. By 2030, the forecasts say that should be between 30 and 40 million. So we ride this tailwind of electrification.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us on what's been a very busy weekend for you. Jeff Dodd, CEO of Formula E, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and thank you very much indeed to you for joining us for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Well, we're going to speak now to Omar Ahmed Bahlewa, who is the president of Optimum Business Consulting Bureau, who advises and guides local companies and FDIs in the kingdom. Thanks so much for joining us from Riyadh. I want to talk about that new legislation that I was just mentioning there. Saudi Arabia opening the stock market to foreign investors as of the 1st of February. Could you just start by putting that in perspective for us? How significant is this move, in your opinion?
The market is huge. We are the largest market in the Middle East compared to any other country in the Middle East. We are as big as 3 or 4 countries altogether. At the same time, the companies in the Tasi market are in the capital market are really good companies. We've been experiencing lots of processing in the last 3 or 4 decades. Some big companies joined the Tasi, like the biggest oil company in the world, Aramco, in addition, of course, of the Saudi banks, financial institutions, health institutions, etc. So the market will be open widely for investors to come and buy shares, invest in these companies, acquire some shares, and either on small or medium or as much as 100%. So the opportunities are very good. And the timing, Tom, the timing is excellent. I mean, for any investor to come at this time, this is the time for buying shares in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, thanks for that. We're going to come on to the topic of deregulation for foreign property owners in just a moment. But let's just stay on the macroeconomic picture in Saudi Arabia for a bit longer. What would you say are the main indicators at this moment? And what do they tell us about the overall health of the Saudi economy?
We are the largest economy in the Middle East with an overall GDP of $1.250 trillion. So we are large we're by large the biggest country in terms of economy. And on the other side, we are a vibrant economy as well. So the future is massive. We have the Vision 2030 up to 2030. But in Davos, these days, most of the leaders of Saudi Arabia are talking about 2040 and 2050. They're talking about the beginning of the second stage of developments in Saudi Arabia. In addition, we have lots of activities coming in the short and medium term, like Expo 2030, World Cup in 2034, and 2027 we have Asia Cup. Also, the openness of tourism, the mining industry on the other side, the AI and technology development on the other side. Also, we have opened another wide investment sector in the health industry. So you're talking about massive opportunities in the country, and we are, as I say, the vibrant society and our vibrant business. So the massive or the progress of development and investments in Saudi Arabia is unstoppable.
Okay, now moving on to that other big announcement that, as I said earlier, has just been made. Now, this deregulation regarding foreign property ownership. How significant is that, do you think?
Real estate industry is the largest industry after oil in Saudi Arabia. And most of the investments that are coming now on a massive and large scale, even mega scale, are in real estate. For an example, PIF is investing in many sectors of real estate, like in the tourism in Amala and Red Sea, and the gate of Jeddah, Mecca Road. Also in Neom, that's another well-known real estate development project. In addition to the southern part and central part of Saudi Arabia, residential houses. We're talking now, even now we have what's so-called Trump palaces. That's another huge project coming for the elite and worldwide. Whoever wants to buy a very special resident in a very special area with lots of facilities. That's such an example of projects in real estate. So as I say, the real estate is the second largest industry in Saudi Arabia, and it is coming massively. So opening that sector for foreign investors is another I would say trend of Saudi Arabia to open the country for the world.
Now, you've had a long career as a businessman, more than 30 years as a consultant specifically. What sort of words would you use to describe the evolution of the Saudi business environment during those 30 years that you've been active?
Evolution of economy never stopped in Saudi Arabia. I mean, when I started, I was like a young engineer. So when I started, we were like financing industries in Saudi Arabia, or providing finance and SIDF to industries in Saudi Arabia. And that was another way of accelerating and expanding the industrial sector in Saudi Arabia. Then, of course, I joined many other organizations from management of different companies, until at final destination was in the Council of Saudi Chambers, where we used to promote Saudi Arabia internationally. I was Secretary General of the Committee for International Trade, so we were going all over the world to market Saudi Arabia in terms of not only investments, but in terms of partnership. We took delegations to all over the world, just name it: North America, Europe, Far East, China, Japan, Korea, etc. And at the same time, when they come over, we also match them with the local investors, like Saudi investors, and we butt heads together to make sure that they join efforts to build up projects. And we have succeeded in, or I was lucky to be a contributor of that participation and development of Saudi Arabia.
Thanks. And could you tell us a bit more about the profile of the sorts of investors that are entering the Saudi market today, and perhaps how you've seen the evolution of the profile of investors since you first went into business in the early 90s?
Well, I would say big difference. I mean, in the 90s, there was no FDI, and the ownership of foreigners were maximum 49%. Then in April 2000, the new foreign law have been issued, and then the FDI allowed foreigners to own their business 100%, and not only own it, but also they can they have lot like soft tax exemptions. Also, they can get loans from financial institutions, like government loans. Also, they can get or lease land for long term. They could also own their own real estate in major cities like Riyadh, Jeddah, and Eastern Province. In addition to many other processing, like they have their own visas. They can have their own families. They can sponsor their own families. And now with the no changes and no reformation of the laws and of Saudi Arabia, now foreigners can come over and can be treated as a Saudi in terms of everything, with the special visa, with the special resident permit, in addition to, of course, the real estate, practicing, bringing their family. And we have elaborated the society so they can live among Saudis. And I'm sure, Tom, you've visited Saudi Arabia and you've seen the massive change that took place from 2018 up to date. We ourselves couldn't believe it, and we cannot catch up with these changes in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that firsthand in every edition of The Real Deal, where we talk more about it. Is there anything that, as a consultant who's helping some of these foreign investors find their way into the market and navigate the business landscape, are you seeing any mistakes that foreigners make over and over again when they try to break into the market?
Well, I would say the major mistake is the stereotype concept or perception of foreign investors about Saudi Arabia. So I would suggest for any investor to come over first and visit the country, understand not only the business culture, but also the social culture. In addition, they have to use the tools, especially in the private sector, like meet people in the Chamber of Commerce, visiting the Federation of Commerce, understanding the rules and regulations in the country. Everything is online now, so they don't have even to bother by hiring people at this stage or at the beginning, so they can get into the statistics, they get into licenses, they can get into loans, etc. online. We are very, very advanced in digital or e-government and digital industry, so they can really enjoy lots of features in the country and enjoy not only investing, but also enjoying the quality of life, because we care about quality of life in the country. So lots of issues are there. So they have first to come and visit and visualize what's happening in the country, then join us and share the future with us, inshallah, for their prosperity and good future for them in Saudi Arabia.
And this is obviously happening because a lot of multinational companies are making Saudi Arabia, in particular Riyadh, their choice of destination for a regional headquarters. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I need to see more of SMEs to come over and have the courage to come over, because most of these SMEs can add value also, and they can start small, no problem. They can get loans, no problem. They can also stay on a smaller scale until they grow up. So I would encourage FDIs on SMEs. Big companies can find their ways around, but SMEs need help, and people like us can help them big time. Also, the country is not very expensive, so they can afford not only life, but also afford to do business in the country. Also, not to forget that the country is surrounded by about 500 million population in a radius of about 1 to 2 hours flying. So, and we are the gate to Africa. We are among three continents. So there are a lot to do. So I would encourage also SMEs from all over the world to have Saudi Arabia as their destination for their ideas and perspectives.
Now, you mentioned a couple of the sectors you've seen leading the huge transformation there in Saudi Arabia, and you said some of them at the beginning. I mean, which sectors do you think hold the most potential during the next decade?
I would say mining industry, because mining industry is big. You're talking about $2.8 trillion, worth of mining in Saudi Arabia. And if you put 3 or 4 folds on that will go up to about, let's say, $15 trillion worth of business in the next 2 or 3 decades. So mining industry is a very, very potential sector. However, other sectors like AI, Internet of Things, tourism is another massive, and it's just we've explored tourism only 6-7 years ago, and the massive volume of tourism in the country, especially the religion or religious tourism. We have the 2 holy mosque of Mecca and Medina, and that will attract 1.5 billion population in the Islamic world. So whoever has a concept of tourism, that's another fertile field for him to come and invest in that field. In addition, as I say, to education, health industry. Well, there are a lot. I mean, I cannot just brief them in a course of about a few minutes.
Fair enough. Lots to talk about. Anyway, we're just bringing this conversation to an end. Lots is changing. Any sort of parting message for our viewers?
Well, I always say, and always wherever I go worldwide, I say, come and share future with us. We have a young population, hospitable nation. We have a warm weather. We have nice industries. We have very nice living standards and quality living standards. So whoever wants to come in Saudi Arabia, he will really enjoy living in the country and building up a future with us.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Omar Ahmed Bahlewa, President of the Optimum Business Consulting Bureau. We really appreciate that parting message, and we really appreciate you talking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Blair, we heard so many pledges from the donors today on all walks of life, whether it's assistance, whether it's training the police, whether it's donations, etc. So what is the most urgent, you think, in your opinion, the most urgent need for Palestinians in the catastrophic situation we've seen in Gaza?
I think the very first priority is, because we've raised a lot of money today, but to make sure that the urgent humanitarian aid that still needs to go in, and the shelters and medicine and healthcare for the people, that's probably the single most urgent thing, alongside obviously the agreement for demilitarization, because we want Gaza to be governed by the new committee, one authority, one weapon. We want people to be able to go about their lives in peace without being threatened by anyone. And once that happens, a really important thing to understand is that then the restrictions on stuff going into Gaza, which has been so difficult for people in Gaza over the years, then if there is demilitarization, disarmament, and a proper authority, those restrictions go, and the people are then free to live their lives as they want.
Can you do any reconstruction without the disarming of Hamas? This is a big issue for everybody. Who's going to do it? I didn't hear anything today to indicate who's going to do that job.
Well, we're hoping that the process of disarmament and decommissioning of weapons can happen by agreement. And the mediators that have delivered support of all the Palestinian factions for the 20-point plan. We're hoping that then, the same process can enable this disarmament to happen with the agreement of Hamas, that then can be, they can pursue a political agenda, but they've got to give up the violence that has done so much damage to people in Gaza. So our hope is that we can do this by agreement. That's what we want to have happen.
This administration's focusing on Gaza, and they talk about integration of Gaza within 10 years, as we heard from Mr. Kushner. But Arab Foreign Minister focused on the two-state solution. You've been leading, you played a leading role in that actually a few years back. So is this a first step towards a two-state solution, which the U.S. opposed to?
Yeah, so everyone talks about a two-state solution. But the reality is, unless we fix the situation in Gaza, and on the West Bank, by the way, because that is also extremely important, but unless we create the conditions in which Palestinian self-determination can be pursued in a peaceful and good way, we're never going to be able to make this two-state solution a reality. And right now, the important thing is not to focus on all the problems, but to look at how we can provide solutions for the people in Gaza. And the money that's been pledged today, and the new civil police force, and the stabilization force, and all of these countries coming together in support of people in Gaza. Okay, there are still massive challenges, but it's an amazing thing that everyone's come together in support of this plan.
In your estimation, how long will it take to see changes on the ground, for people in Gaza to see that there is hope? Whether it is the police force, whether it is rebuilding homes, whether Israel withdrawing, Israel still occupying half of Gaza.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. The question is what happens on the ground, what happens in people's daily lives. And I'm hoping, within a short space of time, people at least see some change. Now, building Gaza in the way we want to see and the way that was set out today, that's going to take time. But at least in the short term, we can relieve the immediate problems of people. We can start the process of clearing the rubble and the ordnance. We can train the civil police, and we can at least begin the process of renewal.
Many people suspect that Mr. Netanyahu does not want to be part of this process, although he's been praised by speakers today. But in general, do you think that Israel can also derail the process as much as Hamas would?
Well, in the end, Israel's also agreed to the 20-point plan. And, the leadership of President Trump in this is pretty important because he's got a relationship with Israel. He's got a strong relationship with the Arab countries. And as you can see from the time he's given today, this is a priority for him. And I know from my own conversations with him that he is personally committed, not just to the security of Israel, that's important, obviously, but to the people of Gaza, to the Palestinian people. And, all of us who've dealt with this issue for so long, right, and initiative after initiative, they all failed and come to nothing. We're not sort of blindly optimistic. We understand there's massive problems. But at least this is a plan that, if it's implemented, gives us a chance to make things different in the future.
Mr. Ali Shaat is here representing the Palestinians, but also the Palestinian Authority is completely absent. Does not cast a shadow on this talk?
Well, look, we want to cooperate closely with the Palestinian Authority on all of this. They've obviously got a role to play. We need also to stabilize the position on the West Bank. And, they face many, many challenges there. And that we will come to also, I think, and hope in the next weeks. But this today was really about Gaza itself, the state of Gaza, and how we change it.
And finally, the first thing you want to do after this conference, when you go back?
I think begin the hard work. Building the capacity, for example, of the government in Gaza. Because, governing is not just about having a program, it's about having the capabilities and the people to implement it. So for me, that's the priority.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched? Turns out you probably are. From security cameras enhanced with facial recognition to automatic license plate readers and smart doorbell cameras, mass surveillance has become mainstream. But is our data being weaponized without our consent? And if so, is that a price worth paying for greater safety? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
So what are the priorities for you after today and what we heard from the speakers in the conference?
Well, first of all, what we heard today was tremendous support for what the Board of Peace is trying to do in Gaza. Not just in terms of political statements, but in terms of financial commitments as well to support the people of Gaza in this first stage, which is just the humanitarian stage, the early recovery stage. I'm not talking about the big reconstruction that needs to happen. My priority right now is going to be three things. First is to create the conditions for which the National Committee of Dr. Shat and the Palestinian Technical Committee is able to go into Gaza and take control of governance there. Now, for that to happen, it requires, of course, some conditions to be met. One is that we need to understand exactly what they're going to be taking over in Gaza in terms of the institutions, what is there, the people, the civil service. Secondly, it requires that the ceasefire not be violated by anyone. And thirdly, of course, it requires that we have some financing as of today, because we need to show people that as soon as the committee is in, they're able to help the difficulties that they face on a daily basis right now. The second track is the process of making sure that all militant groups in Gaza are disbanded and weapons decommissioned in order to be able to allow for the Gaza Strip to be reunited in one. Because now Gaza is split. Right. You have one Gaza, a yellow line, and a second Gaza. And the longer this situation persists, the more difficult it will become to see Israeli withdrawal as well. And to get the Israeli withdrawal, we need civil governance in Gaza, we need the decommissioning of weapons. So I think these are the two main areas where we will focus. And thirdly, of course, is the creation of the International Stabilization Force.
So why Mr. Shat has not been able to go there? Is it because the circumstances on the ground is not ready yet? Is that the reason he is unable to enter with his team?
No, it's not that he hasn't been unable to enter. It's because we need to prepare things for him to be able to enter in an appropriate way. You saw today was the first time that we have the financial commitments made. When we begin the process of recruitment for the new Palestinian security force, we have agreements with Egypt that we put in place. We started these discussions. This is not a one government leaves and another government comes in. It's far more complicated than that. So that's why we need to make sure that the process is well prepared and done in a timely manner.
As you know, the UN estimating that Gaza needs $70 billion to something like this figure to be reconstructed. We're talking about 17 billion today. Maybe the number will go later in Norway or elsewhere. But are you confident that donor countries will send this money for reconstruction in a short period of time for Gaza people to see the effects on the ground?
What I want to see is donors to send money now so that we can relieve the suffering of the people in Gaza. The reconstruction of Gaza needs to be done in a different way, because what has been done in the past until now is that one country builds a hospital, another country builds a school, but really the conditions are always very difficult for people. What we need is a new plan for how to really redevelop Gaza, if you wish, in a way that it allows the Palestinian economy of Gaza to flourish, and it allows people to have, not just some normalcy, but have a normal life. And for this, we need a very different approach in how reconstruction will be done in Gaza than what has been done in the past. I think, we will get to that stage, but now we're at the stage, the first phase, if you wish, which is really the humanitarian situation, the emergency needs that are necessary, and the institution of governance, so that we can get to this point which I spoke about earlier, where Israel withdraws and you have one Gaza. Because what reconstruction can you do unless you have one Gaza? Everything you do until then is temporary.
Just one final question, because you have to go. About the UNRWA. You know, the Israelis and the U.S. has been putting them aside. They don't want them to take any part in Gaza. Is the UN able to do something similar to the structure of UNRWA or reinstate UNRWA as a major donor for Palestinian?
You know, I know the UN very well, I think, and I'm convinced that there are a number of very, very good agencies within the United Nations system who have been critical to Gaza and who will continue to work forward. We've had very good meetings in the last few weeks with UNDP, with UNOPS, with the World Health Organization, with Food Programme, many others. And their work has been critical in sustaining Gaza's in the past. But what we now want is a partnership that actually helps build a new Gaza. A Gaza in which doesn't need humanitarian aid constantly. A Gaza that is not a drain on international donors for years and years. Because, you know, with all due respect, I've been to Gaza many times. I know the whole strip quite well. And I know the entrepreneurial spirit of the people there. Notwithstanding the occupation or Hamas or war or destruction, these people are the driving engine of the Palestinian economy. Why should we keep them on humanitarian aid and not give them the opportunity to thrive?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched? Turns out you probably are. From security cameras enhanced with facial recognition to automatic license plate readers and smart doorbell cameras, mass surveillance has become mainstream. Is our data, though, being weaponized without our consent? And if so, is that a price worth paying for greater safety? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. This doorbell camera vision was arguably the first major breakthrough in the high-profile investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of prominent US journalist Savannah Guthrie. But it also raised a lot of questions. The Guthries didn't subscribe to or consent to the company recording, collecting or storing their data. And yet, here it is. During ICE operations in the US, agents openly admitted to using facial recognition tech not only to track undocumented migrants, but also to record protesters and regular citizens. AI data companies such as Palantir say their tech is making our lives safer and easier. Critics argue it encroaches on civil liberties and erodes democracy. On this episode, we'll ask, are we living in a surveillance state? Where is the line between surveillance for safety and weaponizing data? And is it all necessary to win the current tech arms race? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Dr. Rahman Chowdhury, CEO and founder of Humane Intelligence and a former United States Science Envoy for Artificial Intelligence during the Biden administration. And Joey Munoz is with us, Strategic Political Advisor and military veteran. Welcome to Counterpoints, both of you. Well, the use of facial recognition and tracking software during ICE raids in the US has reopened a debate about mass surveillance. Data and analytics company Palantir has been contracted to work with the US Department of Immigration and Customs Enforcement since the Obama administration. So why the extraordinary outcry now? Some argue it's not the tech itself that's new, but rather how it's being deployed that feels different this time around. Companies such as Palantir say while they aren't responsible for government policy, they do believe they're making society safer. So, Joey, let me ask you, first of all, are we living in a surveillance state? And if so, is that necessarily a bad thing?
I don't think we're living in a surveillance state. I think surveillance state would indicate, or at least imply, that we're being mass surveilled all the time. And I don't necessarily know that that's quite the case. But technology is a tool that we can utilize to stay safer. And I think Palantir is probably one of the leading companies that's doing this at the moment. And so I applaud their efforts to help the government's directives in deportation, as well as keeping our borders safe and secure. So no, I don't believe so.
Rahman, what do you think?
I think we absolutely do live in a technology-enabled surveillance state. We all carry devices that, to an extent we have never seen in our lives, point at where we are and what we are doing at every moment in our day. We have devices that are able to track everything from our minute purchases and then refeed them to us as ads or outcomes in our algorithms. So a surveillance state isn't just a government-enabled surveillance state. We're not talking about drones on streets and cops on corners. We're talking about a surveillance state that is technology that is able to track active and passive data, and I really emphasize the passive data because that's the one that people don't realize actually is quite informative. And I'll give you some examples of a surveillance state. We now have companies offering employers tools to profile individuals based on their internet activity, purchase behavior, and social media behavior so that they proactively have a pre-developed assumption of who you are before you even apply for a job. So for certain people, that means that you are already out of the running before you've even entered a race.
What do you make of that assessment, Joey? I mean, it sounds a little bit more nefarious than maybe your assessment.
No, it sounds nefarious, but a lot of that's is corporation. I think we're going to find a lot of overlap in probably our opinions is corporations' use of technology, not necessarily government's use of technology in enforcing the law. And that's something where, I personally agree. I think that corporations vastly overreach in their use of technology and trying to gain insights and glean nuggets of information they can about consumers, and where consumers need to be a little bit more informed, as well as they need to be a little bit more regulated in some capacities when it comes to consumer protection. But again, I don't know that it's necessarily the government's, it's the government doing this. It's not necessarily, and again, like her visual of drones on street corners and things like that. No, I don't, aside from the random Amazon drone delivering a package, but I don't think that we're quite going to get to that point, at least with this administration.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we need to get to that point. I think a lot of your original question was also about why now? Why not in the Obama administration? And I think it points to one of the fears of a surveillance state, which is actually administration agnostic, that it is predicated upon having a functional democracy that is authorized by the people. And now there are plenty of people in the United States who don't think the current administration is an authorized entity or performing in the best interests of the general public. So really the controversy is about the surveillance state that was enabled by the Obama administration, but enacted an administration that people believe are using the systems unfairly and in many cases illegally.
But where is that line, though, between surveillance and safety, Joey? Is there a concern that whether it's a corporation, whether it's a government, that personal data is being weaponized without people's consent?
So I think kind of the baseline for a lot of that would say that security tools must be used responsibly. But I think, moreover, that modern problems require modern solutions, right? So there is a fine line to do that. And I think as long as, at least in the United States, constitutional protections are being adhered to, then I think that's as far as the government goes, right? From a government perspective. Corporations, that's what they can pass laws to fix a lot of those things. But as far as government policy goes, I think that they do need to adhere to constitutionally protected rights of citizens. And there's no exception or workaround around that. In my opinion, I don't think there should be. I think that all constitutional rights should be protected, privacy included in all of those. Anyway, yes. So that's kind of where that stands.
Raman, what do you think? I mean, who decides on that line between surveillance for safety and surveillance that encroaches people's, civil liberties?
Yeah, I'll speak more as a political scientist than a technologist and say that that line is just a function of, the level of democracy in the country and the legitimacy of the government in power. What is the difference between, a kind of surveillance state that's been led by an autocratic regime and a kind of surveillance state in a more citizen-approved democratized regime is literally that, is citizen-approved democracy. And then, again, this is not for me to decide or for anybody else to decide. It's really just it should be based on what the United States is built on, public consensus. And now there's quite strong, in certain pockets of the country and increasing all over the country, public concern about the overreach of the current government. And the thing about these kinds of surveillance tools is they build an infrastructure. That infrastructure cannot be rolled back. So we cannot just pull it back when we say, oh, actually, this is a government that's overreaching, and oh, you can have more because this is a government that's not overreaching. And not only can it not work that way, we don't even have the visibility or protections to work that way, right? So we can agree that there's corporate overreach and it's different for the government. We have tools and mechanisms to protect us from corporate overreach. We don't necessarily have the tools and mechanisms at play now, or at the very least, those tools are being quite stifled by the current administration to exercise our right to say, we think that there is overreach happening by the government. There is nothing wrong or unconstitutional with saying that. In fact, that is protected by the Constitution.
Joey, do you think that...
Yeah, I would... Oh, go ahead.
No, please, go ahead with your thought.
So I think that when technology... So I think the biggest thing right now is that technology is being largely used to enforce the law. Right. And that's where a lot of the political divide comes from at the moment, is that the current administration, Trump administration, is enforcing what has been on the law, the laws that have been on the books for bipartisan laws, I might add, that have been on the books for a very long time. They're utilizing technology to help execute those laws in ways that haven't been done in a very long time. And they're utilizing infrastructure that came in under the Obama administration. And so this isn't like a new development. It's just simply it's actually being done for the first time. And I think that where we look at technology and the use, that it helps speed things up. We can analyze more data. We can look at more things. We can significantly remove the burden from some of the federal agencies that need to be doing their jobs on the ground and make their job a whole heck of a lot easier. And I think that's where the majority of Americans right now is. They just want the laws enforced, which is why I think you see such broad approval. There are pockets of people that don't agree with that for whatever reason. But I think moreover, I think most Americans support this administration's use of technology and enforcing of long-standing immigration law.
Well, actually, this country has the highest disapproval rate of the current president that we've had in a very, very long time. And, I don't think it is a correct assessment that these laws are simply being enforced. They are being enforced and targeted in the places and states and cities that the current administration, the president, does not like. And this is not me speculating that. He has said that, right? I live in Texas, and it is very interesting to go around in Texas, which should be a state that is highly targeted by the administration, and see the huge difference between the level of militarization in Chicago and Minneapolis versus in many cities in Texas. So if this law were actually being applied equally all over the country to simply implement laws that are written in the Obama administration that were never applied before, then theoretically, we should not be seeing as much in particular pockets of states. We should be seeing significantly more in, like the place I live in Houston, Texas, than we are seeing happening in other parts of the country. So it's not a law that's being applied equitably, equally. So this is where I'm starting to get it. Like, what citizens are pushing back against is not necessarily the existence of the law and its application, and also, I don't know if I agree with the fact that, it is only being applied lawfully. I'll also add that just because a law exists doesn't mean it's right or good. I think plenty of people had issues and problems with the laws when they were written during the Obama administration. So, I'm not trying to give that administration a free pass at all. One of the reasons why it hasn't been applied to its fullest extent is actually because a lot of people don't think these laws are fair and just. And again, technology, going back to the conversation at hand about technology, it enables a momentum that we cannot undo. We cannot undo the surveillance theater that started post 9/11, even though we saw very little to no benefit to it. And in fact, we actually see erosion of trust in government institutions as a result of it. But again, these are things that are very, very difficult to roll back once they've been given away.
Raman, do you think, though, it's the policy, or do you think it's the way technology is being used to implement the policy? I ask because there have been protests around Palantir saying that they have too much power and too much integration and connection with the government. Do you see that as an issue, or do you think it's purely just people rallying against a policy?
I think it's a bit of both, and I think here's where the two of us start to agree in that Palantir is actually not a government entity; it is a privately owned corporation and its founders have incredible, interesting concepts of what democracy should look like. And one of my concerns here is that all of what we cannot divorce at this point a private corporation that is building these tools and collecting and housing this data and running these operations and assisting, these entities, government entities, with the government and policy. And again, I want to say, one can disagree with the current government. That is a part of the conversation, but it is fundamentally the policies that technology is enabling. And again, as the technology is enabled, it is not as simple as simply repealing a law or rolling back an application. The technology develops an infrastructure of data collection and data use that is quite dangerous and also unaccountable to the American public. I think that is one of the biggest and most important parts of this is none of us on this call literally know exactly what Palantir is doing and what the U.S. government are doing with them. And the people who do know are not at liberty to speak about it. So actually we can sit here and debate and speculate, but we can agree with the fact that we literally have zero idea what this corporation is doing with all of our data information and what the government is doing with all of our data information.
Joey?
So I have several thoughts. So I want to go back a second to address a point that she made on Texas versus Minnesota or some of these. Texas is cooperating. The state of Texas and the cities within Texas, even the ones that are democratically controlled, are cooperating with ICE and Border Patrol. They're cooperating. That's why you're not seeing the level that you're seeing in cities like Minneapolis, for instance, which aren't cooperating and now have slowly started to cooperate. And so you're seeing a drawdown of law enforcement officials, federal law enforcement officials anyway, in places like that. And I think that's an important point to make, that the reason why you're seeing, and we're targeting the president and his administration are going into those cities because they're not cooperating with federal law enforcement officials, and they're not enforcing federal immigration law where they ought to be. And so I think that's a big part of that. Now, I think part of, and you're correct when you said that none of us have insight into some of these things, but that's what Congress is supposed to be doing. That's what congressional oversight should be looking at these things and should be taking some of these things into consideration and passing laws to be able to give us insight into what Palantir is doing. And moreover, they can be. And in some cases they are. The Homeland Security Committee regularly calls and has recently even just called Homeland Security before their committee to testify. And while I think that Republicans in Congress are probably not going to be nearly as aggressive towards the administration officials that say Democrats would be, but the Democrats don't ask these questions either, and they haven't, because it would call into question what happened during the last administration and why wasn't this not a problem when President Biden's administration was deporting millions of people. And again, I think largely it's just because it's President Trump. I think a lot of this boils down to people just they don't like him, regardless of what the policy is. He could cure cancer, and it wouldn't matter as much just because it's him.
I don't think that's a fair
factor
assessment.
of that.
I don't think that's a fair assessment at all. President Trump could cure cancer, and I would gladly applaud him, as would many people, including the protesters in Minneapolis.
You
what
might.
we are seeing is President Trump specifically pointing fingers at individuals, using thinly veiled, coded terminology about certain types of people, and saying he will go after them. He actually uses phrases and terminology to talk about people he dislikes, right? And then he will say, I'm going to come after you. And then he sends the military after them. That is not how the president's supposed to operate, right? So,
Not the military.
Houston actually, Houston is not always cooperating. And again, I'm saying that as somebody who lives there, are actually active protests against ICE in my town of Katy, Texas, and in parts of Houston. That does not actually mean that the government can respond with disproportionate force and kill and shoot people. That does not mean that the president can then raise his own private army of people, pay them disproportionately to do his bidding, and then sick them on American citizens.
Not a private army. It's a federal agency. It's not a private army. It's a federal agency. It's a federal law enforcement agency that's been around for 20 plus years.
He's paying them at a level, and you served in the military, right? My partner also served in the military. The salaries they are receiving, the bonuses these completely unqualified people are receiving is astronomical compared to what the military gets paid. It is quite a lot of money for people who are there just to walk around on the streets and intimidate citizens.
He's not sending in the military. They're sending law enforcement agency.
Right,
it's a federal law enforcement agency. He didn't raise a private army. Like he's not. They're enforcing laws that have been around for a long time,
because
for 20 plus years.
If I can bring it back to the technology aspect of what they're doing, though, Joey, can I ask you, what do you make, though, of the people who are concerned that perhaps Palantir has too much power? That, okay, there should be, Congress should be passing laws to allow people to know what they're doing with that data, but in the absence of it, are they too powerful right now?
I don't believe so. I don't think that they're too powerful. Do I think they're a powerful company, much like Raytheon or Boeing or any of the other defense companies and contractors? Not particularly. I think in this particular area, they are quite a powerful company. I think they have too much power. I guess that's largely, we could debate that they are or aren't. But I look at what's happening with Anthropic and the CEO being upset that his technology was being used by Palantir to do this, and like the ramification of that is to now to issue a blanket stop or to list them as hostile to the supply chain for the defense sector, which means that the ramification of that would be that their technology isn't used across the federal government, right? So that's if they feel that way, if a company feels that their technology is being used that, but if citizens do that, petition Congress. That's what Congress is for. Or you can protest. I'm not saying don't go out and protest because you don't like something.
Well, the president says I can't go out and
do it
protest
lawfully and do it.
something.
That's not true at all. He just says don't be violent, don't attack law enforcement officers. He does not. The president has never said go out and attack people. No, he hasn't. If law enforcement is getting attacked, and if law enforcement is being,
he certainly does not like it or invite it, right?
Okay.
And actually, so one thing I will say we do wildly agree on is that the Democrats could be doing a hell of a lot more in Congress. But I will bring it back to the technology.
Yeah, because I want to ask you, Raman.
As we have been instructed to. Yeah, so I do want to point out that there is a fundamental difference between like a Boeing and a Raytheon and a Palantir, right? Because a Palantir is collecting personal data about us in a way that a Boeing and a Raytheon does not. They're powerful in very, very different ways. I think the thing that is scary about technology, and in particular what we're talking about is algorithmic oversight. So it's not just technology writ large, it's predictive models, predictive algorithms. We can talk a little bit more about the technology itself, right? The predictive technology is not as good as it is often pitched as being, right? So some of the earliest Palantir implementations in places like Los Angeles and New Orleans and, through the NHS system really did not create trustworthy and useful systems. It created predictive models of policing that were largely just wrong. It did not reduce crime in these areas. And again, and especially in New Orleans and in Los Angeles, the issue people had is that they had no right and no say over whether or not this technology was introduced into their lives. And in particular in New Orleans, citizens did not want the technology, but they found out after the fact, and they only found out because of a fluke, because it was accidentally brought up in a meeting that, and again, they were not necessarily afforded, nor were they legally required to be informed that this technology is being used. And I think that is the core of what people are concerned about when we talk about a surveillance state. It's, like we can disagree on the administration, et cetera, but, it is important to take it beyond the administration, because I do agree that the Obama administration should not have, made these, made this kind of technology and passed these kinds of laws, right? And, maybe if we were in a totally different administration where, you felt like your rights were being trampled on and you were being targeted, you might feel that as well. But in a sense, it almost doesn't matter because there's nothing I can do and there's nothing people can do. And I think that's the part that's concerning, the redress, the oversight. And petitioning Congress, that we know how functional this government is right now and whether or not any of that's going to pass and happen, right? I wish that is what we could do. I wish it is, but I know it's not. It's not. It would not go anywhere.
Joey, what do you make of the idea that, companies have always been included in, weaponized tech, private companies have always had that sort of relationship with government. Is it different because Palantir is using civilian data?
I don't believe so. I could see where that. So when she talks about like the algorithm, like they're using algorithms to do this, I think there's risk that exists. Of course, there is always risk. But I think that the risk of falling behind our adversaries who aren't slowing down and aren't having conversations like this is a far greater risk than anything than the other thing. Now we can argue that Congress isn't doing their jobs. We can argue that they should be more proactive in oversight and legislation. And that local towns and cities should be more vocal in how they're utilizing technology in New Orleans or in Los Angeles. Although I'd like to point out, like from a political standpoint, those are two massively democratic cities. And so, I think that there's a lot more communication that should be happening. And I think people should have more say. I'm big on sovereignty, and I think that people should have a lot more protection than they have now. I live in the EU, and one of the great things I like about living in the EU, although there's not very many these days, but one of the things I like is consumer protection. I think that the EU does a fantastic job of consumer protection, and I've said it on numerous programs on panels across the world. I think that we should be more informed as consumers, and not in the lip service way where like, oh, click this checkbox and you're fine, but you didn't actually read the fine print, and those things don't actually change anything. I think there should be a way, there should be a method for people to address these grievances that isn't just write a strongly worded letter to Congress or take to the streets and protest. There should be a path forward for that. But moreover, do I think that they have your question was, do they think they have too much power? I don't think they have too much power. I think they have a lot of power at the moment, and I think that governments, the people that we've elected, have given them power, and perhaps it might be in our best interest to take some of that power back away from government if we're so willing to give it away. And I think that could be a conversation that we could probably come to some consensus on, that perhaps that if we're worried about government giving corporations too much power, perhaps we, the people, have given our government far too much power.
I would agree with you. And actually, since you raised the EU, the Swiss government recently backed out of a contract with Palantir because Palantir's methods of their products and their methods simply could not adhere to Swiss data protection and privacy protection law. Like literally, their products are incompatible. How they work are incompatible with the law, and I think that speaks volumes. And I agree with you. I think one of the biggest problems is that there is no in between. Either it's this sort of facile, like call your senator and curse at his poor staffer, or go out in the street, and we don't have an in between. I think one of the Democratic Party is having our Tea Party moment. Like, we are deeply, deeply frustrated with our leadership. I do think that this is a pivotal moment for the party, but also we lack the political protections, laws, and infrastructure. And part of it, and I think there's a lot of states in the United States grappling with this, is we don't have adequate protection. What does protection even look like? The other part I'll add is we don't have the reflex as Americans to take advantage of privacy. So let's say we had GDPR in America, right? It is so incompatible with the way American life is. We don't even know what it would mean to say, you know, I want the right to not be found. It is out of the realm of understanding of most Americans at this point. And that's sad, right? So whether or not I should be able to execute that, right? Maybe other people are totally fine with, you know, Palantir having their data, et cetera, doing what they want with it because they think it contributes to a better and safer society. And I agree, they're allowed to have that perspective, but right now it actually seems like it doesn't matter what your perspective is, right? You know, the companies are going to do what they want to do, the government's going to do what they want to do. And that's really the point of frustration, is our individual right to exercise liberties over how things about us are being used against us and used in different ways without us even knowing often.
I'm going to move us on to the next segment of our debate because we're going to start running out of time. And you raised something, Joey, that I want to add. And you can pick up on what Rahman has said as we move on. You mentioned that our adversaries aren't slowing down when it comes to technology, because I want to bring in this concept of a technology arms race. A few weeks ago, we heard from Palantir's Executive Vice President for Europe and the UK, who said that the company was founded, and I quote, "so the West could win." And it was a nod to this era of competition that we're in between the West and China, but also when you bear in mind that Palantir has contracts to work with the governments of Ukraine and Israel against Russia and Hamas, respectively. So if we take morality out of the equation and look at this as an issue of a country exerting strength, then it certainly makes sense for companies to develop and enhance capabilities for their countries. So, Rahman, I'll ask you first, and then I'll hand it to you, Joey. Is it too Western-centric to assume that it is in everyone's global interest that America or American companies win this race?
I think that is a very unique and American perspective. It's not even a Western perspective, it's an American perspective, because we do see the rise of sovereign AI. We see the EU investing a lot of money in building its own technology, building its own stack. France has really led the way with that, and now we see companies like Mistral, right, popping up. I'm in India right now for the India AI Summit. India is also coming out as a very, very big contender. India is an interesting one to look at, because if you look at the themes of the India AI Summit, it is not about world dominance or the East over the West. It is actually about prosperity, flourishing, happiness, maybe things that sound a little bit silly to us in the West, because we are so used to saying we have to have a hardline narrative. Saying something like the purpose of AI is prosperity and happiness for all sounds weak. And yet that is one of the themes of the India Summit. And don't get me wrong, like Narendra Modi has also implemented one of the broadest and most contested surveillance states in the world. So it's actually a very, very interesting narrative that, and I know that, you know, Alex Karp has actually come out and said that about the West winning. Eric Schmidt is also a big part of that kind of narrative. I think it paints the world in a way that A, is not true. I will also add, not on top of the conversation about India, that China has actually implemented some of the strongest responsible use and responsible AI protections of just about any country. And yes, we can say they're a state-controlled economy, there's a lot of state surveillance, et cetera. But it is interesting to say that, to see how they are implementing responsible use and thinking about how technology can be used responsibly. So it is a complex narrative, no matter what country you're in, and painting the other side as simplistic or evil, and then our side as, you know, complicated and dealing with difficult questions, ignores the fact that everybody's dealing with these complicated questions.
Joey, what's your point of view? And also feel free to circle back to Rahman's previous response that I know you wanted to comment on.
I don't even remember what I wanted to say now, because he gives a lot of good stuff. So I'm going to kind of go up a level. America first and the Trump administration policy is putting the United States first in issues related to the U.S. government, right? That does not mean that France can't be first, or with relation to French politicians. I think that the president of France and the prime minister of France should put France first. I think the Italian prime minister and president should put Italy first. I think that every country's elected government should their prime directive should be to put their own countries first and to work where it makes sense with other countries where their values and their heritage and their ideals and what they want to do moving forward, where those things align, whether that's with technology, military, energy, infrastructure. You pick a topic, like Secretary Rubio's in Hungary and just signed a big nuclear energy deal in Hungary. But we're also looking at South America and doing similar things there. So I don't necessarily think that it just because we want them to use our technology or utilize our businesses or take advantage of that they can't be focused internally, right? So I was at a conference a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago now at this point, where there was a lot of talk about technology sovereignty in Europe, right? And I think the main issue that Europe's going to have, and so right now it's use American tech or use what exactly? And so I would love nothing more, and I think the administration, at least several officials have said something similar, is to see Europe have its own options to do things and be a strong partner on the global stage. The issue is that they don't possess the funding. They haven't spent as much money. They don't have enough energy. And so we get into a conversation that diverges greatly from technology and from AI. And we start looking at energy independence. We start looking at infrastructure. We start looking at regulation. I think there's a lot of regulation in the EU that is hindering viable technology companies from actually succeeding. And they're punitively trying to crush American companies at the expense of additional European companies at the same time. So they're making a kind of a hostile playing field for everybody by trying to penalize American companies. And so I would love nothing more than to see more companies succeed. But at the moment, there aren't other options, right? You want the best fighter jet in the world, you buy the F-35. Period. If there was another option, other people will start buying that other option. But at the moment, that's the best there is. And right now, American tech is the best that there is. So if there's an option out there, if people want to develop their own tech, if India or France or Italy or Japan want to develop their own tech and not be so reliant and have their own sovereign technology stacks, I think that they should. I think that every country should put their own sovereignty first and be able to control their own destiny. And I think the administration largely parrots that all the time. They would love to see strong militaries, energy independent countries throughout the West. So I think that mostly answers most of those questions.
But Joey, let me put this to you though. When we see a rivalry between, say, China and the United States, and it looks like China may, get a bit of a technology upper hand, it's used then against them by the Trump administration. So in that sense, it doesn't seem like he wants a China that can compete with America on the technology front. He wants to keep China down so that they aren't a competitor. Isn't that how things really stand?
That's how everybody perceives everyone. Like China's doing the same thing to the United States. It's not it's not a one-off thing. The United States has been disadvantaged in a lot of different areas over the last 30, 40 years that are finally starting to get sorted out now. So yeah, they are a peer, right? And so I think the world is moving from into basically a multipolar world of which every region has strong players and there's influence there. But it would be silly to think that the president of the United States wouldn't want the United States to be in the strongest possible position it could be in. And I think that's the case. And where I think that the U.S. can exert influence in other countries and leverage the economic strength of the United States to get them to do business or adopt U.S. technologies. And I think that's better for the United States, obviously. And largely over the last 75 years, that's been a winning proposition for most of the countries of Europe when it comes to security guarantees and things like that. So yes, I mean, he's doing that at the detriment of China. But they do the exact same thing to us in Africa and the Middle East and throughout Asia. So it's not like it's the only people doing this is the Trump administration. That's simply just not the case.
Well, so I'd like to interject with let's imagine a world in which this technology was never built along geopolitical lines. And that was largely the technology world that we had, right? The internet did not have borders until China created them, right? And the concept of the splinternet was one of the most discussed and concerning things to the average person who paid attention to technology, because the internet was supposed to be this, independent of government, independent of any sort of external influence, beautiful thing that existed. And theoretically, AI could have been the same. But for some reason, out of the gate, and not for some reason, it's because it has immense economic potential, it just got captured along these geopolitical lines. So I think the narrative of sovereign AI is both good and bad. It is good on face because, there are countries around the world saying, hey, we missed out on the first 3 waves of technology innovations. And as a result, all of this wealth and power are not just located in the United States, it gets sucked out of our countries, right? So one sees that argument on face and they're like, yeah, we should have competition. But then there's a part of this where this race to the bottom that is going to benefit these very, very powerful people and very, very powerful corporations and whoever the CEO will be of the European equivalent of OpenAI and the Chinese equivalent of OpenAI and the Singaporean equivalent of Anthropic. And we have to take a step back and say, is this actually leading to a better world for the average person? Because there is a race to the bottom, right? And the race to the bottom is not necessarily a given. And I do worry that we assume that it is. The boogeyman argument is the best way to come to the worst world possible. And that is what I worry about. So at what point can we take a step back? Or maybe that ship has sailed. And honestly, largely, I think that ship has sailed. Again, I'm sitting at the summit. It is now a common conversation to talk about sovereign AI, and really only in positive and glowing terms. And I feel like we missed out on never even trying to have a world in which we maybe collaborated, maybe in which this sort of technology was some sort of internationally governed utility, or at least in a way in which we can distribute the economic benefits, across, many different ways. And again, at the end of the day, in the first 2 waves, like I said, the internet was a democratized good, but let's be real, America benefited from it, right? Financially, economically, and even in terms of the talent that came into our country and the kind of other companies that popped up. And now it's we've splintered all of it, which has all sorts of ramifications for information access, whether or not we can even have conversations with people across the world, because the kind of information they see is going to, be influenced by the kind of AI that's being built. The last part I'll add is it is actually only in the United States that we will see AI being built purely by private entities. So while Joey and I were bashing the fact that private companies have all this information, one of my biggest concerns is that sovereign AI everywhere else in the world is actually built and funded by the government, because there is no venture capital industry that looks like the U.S. venture capital industry around the world. The government has to put in the money. So then what does it mean when Narendra Modi's government is the one pouring in hundreds of millions of dollars into this information ecosystem? Of course, that means his government will have power. By Joey's argument, which I fully agree with, of course, he's going to dictate to the models and the model companies how things should look. And, and because the dollars are coming out of his pocket. And again, we are not really having that conversation about sovereign AI because it is only being framed as a good, quote, almost like anti-American or anti-oligopolistic tool.
Joey?
There's a lot of good stuff there.
Yeah.
So I think that when it comes to, I have trouble deciding which area I want to talk about, but I think when it comes to foreign policy, in technology through foreign policy, I think that a stronger America and stronger American capabilities strengthen our allied security and stability. And I think that's kind of the bottom line of everything. I don't know. So I agree that the ship sailed. I think that we're on we're on the path that we're on because of decisions that were made well before, I mean, any of us were probably, walking. And I do think that there are a lot of countries that missed the internet race. They missed that technology bubble. They also missed the chip building bubble as well. Europe largely completely skipped the chip building opportunity. And so I think they're looking at it now saying like, well, wait a minute, what do we do now? And their options are basically the United States, China, lesser extent Russia, and those are some. There are opportunities for them to develop their own technology and build a sovereign AI stack. But again, it's going to come down to money and energy. And I think a lot of the countries that are looking at doing these things, smaller countries anyway, just simply don't have the energy to compete. And frankly, I don't think Europe does either. I think we're talking about a lot of stuff about Europe, but ultimately at the end of the day, I don't believe that Europe just has the energy to be able to run the data centers that they need to be able to do to compete with China or the United States for that matter. And so I think you're going to see them going back to a very sorry, go ahead.
What about the idea that, just one last quick point before we wrap up, that Rahman said that this is a race to the bottom now? Do you think it is?
I don't know if it's a race to the bottom. I definitely think it's a race. I don't think that the arms race of the Cold War was necessarily a race to the bottom. It was just a race. I think that there's other things. There will be something in the future for us to argue about and say that we're doing incorrectly. But over this particular topic, I think it is a race. I think there's a lot of wealth tied to it. I think there's a lot of economic prosperity tied to it, and futures of whole countries are this is part of something larger. You get into energy security, and you look at how China's approaching their energy security, how the United States is approaching their energy security, and how Europe is largely doing that. And I think this fits in with a larger picture of geopolitics, where technology fits in with geopolitics and the overlap between all of it. And you can't look at anything in a vacuum. This is part of a larger puzzle that, and I think there's going to be some agreements. There's definitely things that we've said tonight that I agree with. I think there ought to be more guardrails. There ought to be more safety. I'm not a big fan of bureaucracy. I think that when we tend to overregulate things that we don't understand, it leads to stagnation of innovation. And I think that's one area where the United States has done exceptionally well over the last century, and where Europe has not done as well. And I think that as far as in the Middle East or other areas, they've relied largely on U.S. technology. And I think that's probably to their benefit over the last 50 years or so. And I think that as long as we continue developing these things and having these types of conversations, I think we'll end up in a happy medium. So no, I don't think it's a race to the bottom. I think that we'll probably find a medium somewhere that we all call it, kind of accept that's enough stuff, and then we'll move on to some other technology that'll be developed tomorrow in somebody's garage somewhere.
You described it as a puzzle. It is a complex puzzle indeed. We're out of time, so we will leave it there. Dr. Rahman Chowdhury, CEO and founder of Humane Intelligence, and Joey Munoz, Strategic Political Advisor. Thank you both for your time here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with all of our debates and interviews on YouTube, subscribing to Al Arabiya English, and of course you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
Before his death, Jeffrey Epstein had a partner, and it wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell. Meet Karina Shuliak, the Belarusian woman he was reportedly planning to marry, and according to records, was Epstein's last phone call before his death in August 2019. Her name appears 45,000 times in the 3 million documents released by the U.S. Department of Justice on January 30th. Yet, she remains far less known than Maxwell. 2 days before his death, Epstein signed the 1953 trust, leaving Shuliak $100 million, including $50 million up front. The will also granted her a 33-carat diamond ring, 48 more diamonds, as well as various properties, including his New Mexico ranch, his Paris apartment on Avenue Foch, and the famous Little St. James Island. Maxwell, well, she was named too, but for only $10 million. However, Shuliak is unlikely to see that fortune. The U.S. government has frozen the Epstein estate to compensate victims who have already received over $121 million. Documents also show Epstein funded her Columbia University dental studies, helped her family move to the U.S., and supported her path to citizenship. But here's the big question. What did she know? Well, a whole lot, it seems. Documents describe Shuliak as a central figure in Epstein's inner circle, managing his schedule, handling high-profile contacts, having earned her the nickname the Inspector. While she has not been charged with any crime, her proximity to Epstein is now raising fresh scrutiny. Today, little is known about her exact whereabouts. She's believed to be living in New York City, and so far, prosecutors do not appear to be actively pursuing her, even as major questions about her role continue to linger.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, a delegation from the International Monetary Fund is in Beirut for talks on how to address Lebanon's economic crisis. Their message has been consistent and clear. No financial assistance without major reforms. We'll ask the Lebanese Finance Minister Yassin Jabber how the talks are going and whether his country has turned the corner. Plus, as Iran marks the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, President Trump repeats his warning: make a deal with the United States or face, quote, something very tough. We'll examine how events might unfold and ask how might the visiting Israeli Prime Minister influence his hosts in Washington today. Hello and welcome to the programme. Technical discussions are underway at the Ministry of Finance in Beirut between the Lebanese government and the International Monetary Fund. This as the IMF weighs up how to help the country address its economic crisis, which has seen poverty levels amongst the Lebanese people shooting up. Well, the IMF has previously been very clear with its messaging: no financial assistance without reform, significant economic reform. Well, one of the IMF demands is that Lebanon tackles corruption. But in the latest Corruption Perceptions Index, that's a report by Transparency International, Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, suggesting that a lot still needs to be done. Well, let's find out more now about how the talks with the IMF are going and what progress has been made with regards to the Lebanese economy. We can speak now to Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jabber, who joins us from Beirut. Minister, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You've been in office since February of last year. You're part of Prime Minister Nawaf Salam's Reform and Rescue government. And we've reached a really key moment, haven't we? Because the IMF is there in Beirut. How are the talks going?
Well, quite well, quite well. It's not the first time here. They've been here a few times since we took over. And actually, they are present in Beirut permanently because they do have an office in Beirut, a permanent office. And we're constantly in touch with them. I mean, we just don't wait for a few months to meet them, you know. We're constantly in touch with them, either through their office in Beirut or virtually, or we have met them in Davos, we've met them in Dubai, in Washington. So the relationship is ongoing, and these meetings and negotiations are ongoing. Now they're here for a visit for the week, and they have been visiting, various departments in the Ministry of Finance, in the Banque de Liban, Central Bank of Lebanon, and they also meet the private sector. And I could say that, yeah, we're making progress, as we go on with our reforms and as we go on with, getting a better fiscal discipline and getting things in order. We've managed this year in 2025 to achieve a primary surplus in our budget which is a good indication of the reforms that are taking place. So yes, I mean, the final meetings with them on the higher level will be starting tomorrow and Friday, but the staff meetings are ongoing all the time.
Okay, so it sounds like the Lebanese economy...
We met actually also, may I add, sorry?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I said we also met in Davos, Mrs. Georgieva, the chair of the IMF. It was a good meeting, and she had a small interview a couple of days ago, and she also indicated that things are moving forward quite nicely.
It sounds as though the Lebanese economy has started to turn the corner, I think it's fair to say, judging from what you're saying and looking at the latest indicators. But you've been quoted as saying this IMF delegation visit comes at a critical time. And there have been lots of critical moments for Lebanon. Why is this such a critical time?
Because we are hoping to come to a conclusion. We have to come to the beginning of an agreement. So it's critical because it's very important to make every effort to make this visit successful. And also, as you know, I mean, I say these things not only for international reasons. I say them also for local reasons, because also, as you know, there's a lot of demands for wage increase, for more expenditure. And I always say, listen, guys, we are moving forward, we are improving our revenues, etc. But we have to be very careful on the decisions we take. We cannot, make any fast decisions or quick decisions without really calculating very well what are the consequences. So just from the point of view of making people aware of that we are actually as you said about to turn a corner. So we want to make sure we turn it positively, and we turn it carefully.
Okay, so it sounds like there's been a fragile recovery. I think that's how some economists are describing what's happened since the technocratic government came to power at the beginning of last year. What sort of growth are you expecting for 2026, and which sectors of the economy are showing most promise?
Well, actually, before talking about that, I just want to remind everybody, your audience, and that you have to always look at from a point of view of where did Lebanon come from since 6 years. I mean, we have had 6 years in hell. We've had a banking crisis, we've had a default on our foreign debt, we've had an explosion that wrecked the center of the city of Beirut in the port. We've had COVID like everyone else, but then we're followed by political vacuum, and then we had the war. Well, I mean, we're hoping that it will be a good year, around 4 or 5% growth. I think the industrial sector is doing well. Tourism is doing well. The Lebanese diaspora, they're sending remittances back home. They're visiting. There's a lot of possibilities of new investment. Construction is also doing well. And we are starting a program of private-public partnerships. So we're starting with some assets, public assets, like an airport in the north, which has just been announced as a PPP project, and it drew quite good interest. We had about 27 companies, showing interest to take part of that project. There's a lot of projects lined up. We're also starting to pump money in some parts of reconstruction in the infrastructure in parts of the country that were, kind of either destroyed or damaged by the recent attacks last year and the year before. So there is actually good prospects for the coming year, 2026.
That's good to hear, because it's been a horrendous time for the Lebanese people. Large swathes of the population have been plunged into poverty. And for many savers, they've not been able to access their bank deposits for more than 6 years. Now, draft legislation is on the table to try to change that situation. a very basic question. When will the first of the small depositors be able to access their money in the bank?
Most of these, depositors for the past years have been getting some money out, up to, they can get, they started with $400, now they're getting up to $1,000 and so on. But this is not a solution. So this government decided to really put a permanent solution for this crisis that has happened, as you said, 6 years ago. So we introduced this draft of the law that will provide a roadmap of how to get off the mess we got ourselves into in 2019. So the important issue in actually what we want to do is, first of all, try to get rid of the cash economy, which became normal because of the banking crisis. So we want the banks to be back in the economy, operating and trusted by the public. We are going to be providing, a solution through the central bank for the depositors. In the first 4 years, all depositors, all accounts under $100,000 will be paid in full, and that's about 85% of the depositors will be getting their money back in full in 4 years. And then there's a roadmap for the rest. Those over 100,000, they will get their first 100,000 with others, and then the rest will be paid in installments between 5 up to 20 years, depending on the amount. But they will be provided with asset-backed securities from the Central Bank of Lebanon. So they will be in a much better state than they are at the moment, because at the moment, a depositor doesn't know what's the state of his bank. We are going to be auditing all the banks, we're going to be auditing the central bank, and we are going to be requiring all the banks to really recapitalize, and those who can't recapitalize will have to either merge or call it a day. So the law, hopefully when it comes out, will help, start putting things on track to get out of the mess we got ourselves into back in 2019.
Now, in terms of the talks that are taking place with the IMF and that delegation that's in town, the timing is interesting because we've just got the latest Corruption Perceptions Index figures, which are published by Transparency International. Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, indicating severe public sector corruption. How is that going to be stamped out, Minister?
And it's, if we weren't in that place, do you think we will have such a crisis? I mean, yeah, there was a lot of corruption that took place, and that corruption helped Lebanon get into the mess it got itself into. Of course, I mean, this government took over exactly almost a year, on the 8th of February, 2025. During this year, a lot of changes are taking place. And I think if you ask anybody in Lebanon, he can assure you that this year there was a lot of improvement in the environment of doing business and trying to eliminate corruption. There will be more and more effort. Plus, the judiciary is now starting to move on to open the files of corruption. There are ex-ministers who are now being charged with corruption and asked to pay millions of dollars back for things that they have done. There's one of the ministers went to jail, the other flew the country. So there is an effort to really make sure that things do change. We are also, sending, dealing with tax evasion. I'm sending them to court. I mean, there's a lot of effort now in every part of doing business in Lebanon. In customs, for example, we're stamping on. A lot of people are going to jail if they prove to be corrupt. So there's a big effort at the moment, and we hope, fingers crossed, that things can move forward and make things much better. Hopefully, I hope that in the coming year or two, we will be much up on the scale that you just mentioned.
Okay, we look forward to seeing that. Now, you've been quoted as saying that Lebanon needs stability in order to attract investment. Now, that stability is contingent on your neighbor Israel. It's contingent on Hezbollah. Now, the United States wants to see progress with regards to disarming Hezbollah and cutting off funding for Hezbollah. And yet, a new gold exchange, a gold exchange has been identified by the Americans. It's called Jud Sal. It's part of the Al-Qard Al-Hassan, which is suspected of facilitating Iranian financial assistance to Hezbollah. What is the Lebanese government doing to ensure that all mechanisms of this kind are fully cut off?
Well, as you know, I mean, the central bank is introducing a lot of KYC measures on all financial institutions. Yes, I agree with you that we need stability. And unfortunately, the perception, as I said in the beginning of my interview, the perception abroad is that still Lebanon still has kind of instability, especially in the south of the country.
Okay, we appear to have had a bit of trouble with the line there, but we'd like to thank Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jaber, for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first, it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening. But even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron. The same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there, used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was...
You get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. And representatives from President Trump's Board of Peace have met today to discuss a reconstruction and stabilization of Gaza. Members have pledged $7 billion to help rebuild the war-torn region. Trump says the board has the greatest leaders has the chance to be the most consequential board ever assembled. Take a listen.
I believe it's the most consequential board, certainly in terms of power and in terms of prestige. There's never been anything close because these are the greatest world leaders. This is the most prestigious board ever put together. You know, I've seen some great corporate boards. I've seen some great boards, period. It's peanuts compared to this board.
Well, he's pretty chuffed with the Board of Peace, isn't he? I shouldn't laugh, but I always love the way Donald Trump bigs up what he's up to. He's got the confidence, why not? But what came out of the Board of Peace meeting today?
Well, to be fair, some tangible outcomes here. Pledges of around $10 billion in reconstruction. Now, you might think that is an impressive figure. Unfortunately, it's about 10% of what's required in order to rebuild the infrastructure of Gaza right now. So we're at 10% of what's actually required from this initiative. So we're talking about rebuilding, we're talking about long-term financing, and we're now hearing about this preliminary commitment from more than 24 countries to give stabilization personnel, which they estimate will be around 20,000. Indonesia, strangely, given 8,000 of those troops, Indonesia alone. So they're going to explore the financial infrastructure discussions in detail going forward as well. What's unusual about this is that we've heard about the money, we've heard about the force, we don't know how the money is going to be used, and we don't know what the force is going to do. So it's on the surface, it's a very tangible outcome, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you have to question what is actually going to be done here. Like, have we got plans in place? What's going to happen with this $10 billion of an infrastructure? Are we rebuilding hospitals, schools, accommodation? Or are we just putting the money in there and seeing what happens? There is no real plan in place in regards to what's happening. We're hearing echoes of tunnels being rebuilt and the infrastructure being rebuilt as well. And I'm talking about the military infrastructure, which has been all but decimated by Hamas right now. Because I think regardless of people saying that Hamas are sitting on the laurels waiting for the next step, it's really naive to think something like that is true. You'd have to be naive to think that.
And I think it's so interesting because that's what we don't talk about. Hamas are obviously still heavily involved in Gaza, and that's well known, I think, in many respects. So it's a really good point to bring up. But Donald Trump actually made some comments today regarding Hamas. He said, looks like Hamas will be getting rid of their weapons, but we have to find out. He said, he sort of caveated it at the end, sounded optimistic. But again, no real plan on how this demilitarization of Hamas is actually going to take place. And he also said Gaza is no longer a hotbed of radicalism and terror. And I had Elon Levy on earlier, a former spokesman from Israel, and he said to me he doesn't understand what Donald Trump's trying to say there because doesn't agree with it.
Well, it's not what we're seeing either. You know, he's saying one thing and we're seeing something, you know, completely different. And no matter how many times you repeat it, it's not going to make it. It's not going to make it true. I think what's interesting is the stabilization troops as well. Who do they answer to?
So they've said they've got a Major General Jesper Jeffries. Jesper Jeffries. He's going to be the overall command. He is U.S. representative. So effectively, this is a Donald Trump army.
Yeah. And then Indonesia has accepted deputy commander position of International Stabilization Force. So there's a deputy commander position which is coming from Indonesia, apparently. But once again, it's all pretty unclear.
It's Trump's private army. They're not answerable to the UN. They're not answerable to NATO. They are simply answerable to him. And I think that's terrifying.
And it will be interesting to see how this all pans out, because, like we're saying, there doesn't seem to be any set plans in place. But in the past, there have been concerns, Gemma, raised about the board's fitness to implement the plan in a meaningful way. I don't know if this is still the case when we look at things, because you're saying Hamas is rebuilding. But in my mind, I'm like, where are they getting the material from to do that?
And where are they getting the money from?
it doesn't make any sense to me.
It's as well, like this first meeting was always going to be like a big test. You've got all these names and egos in the room. Like that would have been a huge, test. And you've got countries who actively kind of despise each other as well. What was the seating plan? How did that work out? I would love to have been a fly on the wall. I think ultimately, though, they are failing their first test, which is Gaza, because that was really the what brought them together in the first place, what brought Trump's Board of Peace. He kind of pinned it on Gaza. They're going to rebuild Gaza. They're going to pump all this money in. They're going to, do all these amazing things. They're going to turn it into some futuristic, Riviera. But also, he wants to challenge the United Nations. So you're giving this Board of Peace so many remits already, very, very difficult ones as well. You're going to challenge the UN. Like, that's massive. And also, what I found interesting is he's suddenly got all this money for the Board of Peace. Why isn't pumping that money into NATO? His anger with NATO was that everyone wasn't contributing enough, but if suddenly you've got access to all this money, so why are you choosing to put it here rather than, shoring up proven existing entities? So as I say, Gaza was the first test for this Board of Peace. They're not really achieving much. As you say, Hamas is still really active. You've still got, Israel strikes, which are kind of killing Palestinians on a near-daily basis. Hamas has not disarmed. Israel has not withdrawn. No international forces have been deployed in the area. And you were saying before the show, the two-state solution appears to have absolutely disappeared. No one's talking about that anymore.
And I find it fascinating because lots of the US traditional allies, like the UK, Sweden, and a whole lot of other countries, have not joined.
No, they're observers.
They've observed this, but they've chosen not to join the Board of Peace. And the issues they rose were the fact that Israel's on the Board of Peace, but there's no Palestinian representatives. So that questions neutrality when it comes to decisions. Also, them basically trying to fight the UN for a similar place. And once again, this two-state solution, because we see the annexation of the West Bank when it comes to Palestine. And there's so many questions right now. Where's the two-state solution? And
that seems to have gone by the wayside. But the things that are still, and the major players are worried about, the questions that are there, legitimacy, governance, how it's going to work alongside the UN, none of these things have been answered. Accountability. There is none. We just don't know enough about that right now. We just know you've been asked to give money towards something, to help fund something, this mystery project that we don't know what it is. We'd like 10 billion to start things off, and we'll see how it goes from there towards the 70 billion cap. So I think the global key players who've held back and said, we'll observe for now because we're not sure what's going on here, are just saying exactly what everyone else is thinking. What is the Board of Peace exactly going to do? All of these huge players who are involved there, and it is a who's who on the guest list for the Board of Peace, with no actual plan, no outcome that we can foresee, and just saying, we're the Board of Peace, we're here to make things great again, is wonderful, but there's no firm, here's the end goal. And we've said this for a very, very long time. Nobody knew what was going to happen after the fall of Hamas. What would be the governance? Who would be in charge? And we still don't seem to be any closer to that actual answer.
The White House has warned Iran they'd be very wise to make a deal with US President Donald Trump, weighing up military action. It's believed a US strike could take place as early as this weekend. Addressing reporters, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president was still hoping for a diplomatic resolution with Tehran. Take a listen.
The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world. Diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people. Of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the president takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people, and that's how he makes decisions with respect to military action of any kind.
Jono, a lot of things happening with this story. We've heard reports that a US strike on Iran could be as imminent as Saturday because of the military build-up. Caroline Levitt saying they're looking for a diplomatic resolution. Donald Trump saying 10 days to make a deal. A lot happening. What's going to happen?
There remains a credible diplomatic pathway, at the moment at least. Is it possible the talks in Switzerland are producing these instrumental progress and also some proposals as well? Unfortunately, and I do believe that and I woke up this morning, like many people reading stories online, thinking, today's the day, this is it. We have got 2 US aircraft ships that are off the coast of Iran, 150 miles away. That's dangerously close territory. We've got 10 missile-capable warships that are there as well, 50 fighter jets. I mean, the arsenal is quite substantial. They're ready. The issue here is that the red lines that the US have drawn are definitely something that Iran are not going to agree to. And I'm talking about things like ceasing the enrichment capability of the uranium, protecting missiles programs as well. Iran will want to ensure that they still have a missiles program. They're not going to give up on all of that, and they're not going to dismantle their nuclear infrastructure. Why would they? They're trying to rebuild it again after they were already knocked out of it in June of last year. And the sanctions that they see on the table that would be put to them would be tantamount to surrender, which Iran is not going to go for.
Actually, Iran did say today that they are not going to stop nuclear enrichment program.
Exactly.
They want to carry on having it for domestic usage. That's always been their argument when it comes
they would
to
now
Iran.
like Russia to take some of this, and they'd said, OK, we'll give the enriched uranium to Russia for safekeeping. Which is great. That's like saying we're going to give KFC to the chickens. That is an insane statement to say, and I cannot believe that that is even something that's on the cards. Someone's going to have to give, and Trump does not like giving in.
I don't know if Putin put that on the cards or Donald Trump did, but one of them did. And Gemma, what risks would another confrontation with Iran carry? Because I must remember the last time we saw the confrontation with Iran, they were in the middle of negotiations then. We're in a similar position.
Yeah.
And if history repeats itself, we don't know what could happen.
I think Jono's right. Trump has done this big show of force. Why would he, why would he back down from here? So, yeah, what you'd see is military escalation, which we've already seen. We're kind of in the middle of. Iran could respond with airstrikes and drones, but, their capability obviously cannot match those of the US. So I wonder what they would actually be firing back at, because that could escalate massively if they hit like a warship or something like that, though I doubt that they would get that far. You've got then the broader regional aspects here. It could embolden splinter groups, because you've got chaos in the region. It could embolden, further terrorist organisations, greater warfare. Importantly as well, the disruption of oil through the Straits of Hormuz, which 20% of the world's crude oil passes through. That is probably on a lot of minds here with regards to that. And then obviously humanitarian consequences. So many different factors at play.
And it's really interesting. The Strait of Hormuz, as you say, 20% of the world's oil moves through that strait. It's extremely important when it comes to container shipping. And that's actually a real escalation from Iran's point. They are wielding their power by being able to show that they can, of course, close the Strait of Hormuz, as they do try to have leverage in these talks at the moment. But, Jono, I often wonder, we talk about Iran right now and what military options the US has, because we talk about air power, and that's quite interesting. I think what I find interesting is how much F-50s and air power Trump's moved, because the last time we saw those B-2s, 52s. And they went for the nuclear. And I wonder if he's moving all this air firepower because he's thinking of something similar, or maybe...
It may not be something similar, but I don't think the US Army is at the place where it needs to put boots on the ground when it comes to Iran. And I think the safest and probably the most sensible thing to do is to do an air escalation of any tensions you require there. That's why we're seeing these long-range bombers that are in there as well, which have got huge capability. The armed drones are all on standby as well. And we know there's extensive surveillance aircraft that have been operating in the region now. They have been looking intently at the nuclear facilities that are already in place in Iran. We're hearing reports that they've been reinforced, and even the ones that have been hit last year have been reinforced with concrete. They've rebuilt some of those nuclear enrichment plants as well, and we've seen everything that we can possibly see from surveillance footage from above. So this is a war that and I really hope that this de-escalates, and I hope that there is some level of diplomacy that's on the table here and that this can have a conversation. But if it does escalate, this war will be fought from above. And that's where the US is at. And they can do it. They have the might.
A second day of US brokered talks between Russia and Ukraine have ended in Geneva today in a bid to end the war. US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said there had been meaningful progress. However, hopes of a breakthrough remain low. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky told reporters there was progress on military aspects, but there are still differences on the political dimensions, including the issue of territory. Meanwhile, Russia's head of the delegation says talks were difficult, but businesslike. Take a listen.
The talks lasted for 2 days. We had very long discussions yesterday in various formats. Today, we talked about 2 hours. Talks were difficult, but businesslike. A new meeting will take place soon. That is all we wanted to say.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent Sarah Firth, who joins us from Washington, and Catalina Marchand de Aubrey, our Arabiya English presenter, who's in the studio right here next to me. Catalina and Sarah, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Catalina, let's go to you first, because obviously we just heard from the Russian delegation who were attending these talks in Geneva, the US brokered talks between Ukraine and Russia. It's the second day of these talks, and how did negotiations all pan out?
Well, Leigh Ann, I think as you really well put it out, you said the chance of a breakthrough has been low, even though there have been breakthrough in other areas. However, talks reportedly ended abruptly this time around. So that's the general word that's actually being used to describe the mood of the talks. So that can't actually be good. So both Ukrainian and Russian delegations are actually describing the negotiations at this stage as difficult, with no major breakthroughs on core issues. Obviously, these are territorial concessions of the Donbass region. So the chief Russian negotiator also characterized the talks as tough but businesslike. So this might also be the Trump or the U.S. influence in the talks. But on the other hand, we are hearing a different version from the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the U.S. side, because they keep expressing optimism when it comes to the talks. I don't know if this is a negotiation tactic or a media tactic, but they always report it's been constructive. Now they're saying there's been meaningful progress. We'll get to that progress in just a minute. But he's calling these discussions productive, also crediting the Trump administration with putting both sides together. So this is meaningful progress after all. So we do have to credit them for that. So, however, meaningful depends how you look at it, because the deadlock does come to the Donbass region. It seems like a hard one to break. We know Zelensky is now accusing Trump of putting excessive unfair pressure on Ukraine on peace negotiations, while not putting the same pressure on Moscow. So he's saying it's not fair to publicly demand concessions from Ukraine. Concessions, of course, they're drawing the red line, rejecting any plan requiring the country to hand over the Donbass region or territorial concessions that Russia, they say, has failed to capture. So as we know, this is also a constitutional and domestic issue for Ukraine, because surrendering the region would be unconstitutional, and the surveys do show that about 75% of Ukrainians would oppose territorial concessions. So maybe this is not even possible at a political or domestic point of view for Ukraine. So talks concluded with diplomatic tensions still ongoing.
Yeah, absolutely. And they concluded pretty quickly. I felt like they started
abruptly
and ended, really.
Is the word.
Sarah, I wanted to talk to you because Catalina mentioned something, and I sort of read between the lines when it came to the different readouts that we got from Ukraine and Russia. So they said that some movement was made on military issues, like the frontline location and also the ceasefire monitoring. And Zelensky seemed pretty convinced that the US could be involved in these security guarantees, and that's something we haven't heard before. There's been questions, will the US have troops on the ground, will they not? But as Catalina says, territory remains unresolved. So the big question is, OK, we've got forward movement when it comes to military, but territory we don't. Is Moscow and Kyiv just way too far apart at the moment?
Well, I mean, you look at what President Zelensky himself said. He said, our people will never, ever accept ceding territory. Emotionally, he said, people would never forgive it. Never. They will not forgive me. They will not forgive the world if we trade our blood for a false peace. Now, he is being very clear there that when it comes to this issue over potentially giving territorial concessions, particular the Donbass region, that is simply not something that the Ukrainian people will accept. And Leigh Ann and Catalina, I remember being on the ground in the lead up to the 2022 invasion by Russia, being on some of these front lines with the Ukrainian soldiers. And remember, they had been fighting at that point for years, since 2014 when Russia first invaded. And you then had a freezing of these front lines. But that term, sort of frozen front lines, can sort of misrepresent a little bit what actually happens, because there was pretty constant back and forth of exchanges of fire between the sides. And the Ukrainian soldiers there, when you spoke to them about the possibility for diplomacy, would say, what would you do if your neighbor came into your house, said that they were going to take some of the territory, said that they were going to impose their rules? Would you allow that? And another thing that was repeatedly said to me by the Ukrainians up in some of those territories that were under threat from the Russian invasion, they were saying, look, this is our home. This is our children's homes. That's what we're fighting for. So the Russian side, their soldiers, they're fighting for territory, for territorial gains. For the Ukrainians, it is emotional. And you're seeing that emotional language coming from President Zelensky. Yes, the talks, it seemed, didn't really manage to bridge the gap very much. We know that when it comes to security guarantees, Ukraine has been very clear it will need the US to step up in a fairly major way to secure any security guarantee. Now, President Trump here in the US has been very clear in the past. He's not willing to consider US boots on the ground. There is a sense, though, in military circles here in Washington and amongst sources that I've spoken to, that realistically it would require some kind of serious and significant US oversight and the threat of serious repercussions. Otherwise, what you can see happen is simply Russia do what it did in the past. And you heard President Zelensky also saying about Russia's tactics, because repeatedly, this is the third round of these talks, and you've seen Russia carrying out strikes even as these talks have gotten underway. And Zelensky has said, look, Russia, he said, is a slave to war. They greet the dawn of peace talks with missile strikes, proving they do not seek a finish line. They seek only a pause to sharpen their knives. And so that perception that these talks themselves are simply Russia looking to gain a bit of extra time to re-galvanize their forces, to continue this push, to continue their invasion, that is something that Ukrainians are very aware of. They're very wary of when it comes to discussing any future possible concessions or frozen front lines. They're fighting for their homes.
And it's so interesting because when we have a look at all of this, we can't forget Europe in the mix and the fact that Europe has been supporting Ukraine. They've been standing by Ukraine, but the US and Europe are also funding Ukraine. And this is where a lot of the argument comes in. How much funding can they still give Ukraine to continue this war as it goes into the 5-year period? But thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Catalina and Sarah. Police in the UK are looking into private flights to and from London Stansted Airport following the release of the Epstein files. Former British Prime Minister Gordon Brown has called on UK authorities to urgently re-examine claims that young women were trafficked in and out of the country. Brown claims Epstein's jet marked 90 flights to or from UK airports, 15 of which are after the 2008 sex conviction of Jeffrey Epstein. So, Catalina, it feels like the Epstein files are something that doesn't quite go away. There's always new release of Epstein files and we get more information. Now we see for UK police forces looking into this. What information do we know?
Exactly, and I think we're going to keep looking into this. I think we're just digging the surface here because before there was a lot of conspiracy theories about what's going on, and now I think we're entering a second phase of the Epstein files where we are seeing some criminal investigations and convictions that we haven't seen before, which weren't Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So what's happening specifically in the UK is that we know that 4 different police forces within UK are assessing information about these private flights to and from London Stansted Airport. So this is linked to the latest release of the Epstein files, where they reportedly include detailed flight logs. So here's the part that really raised eyebrows, which is what you mentioned. There were 90 flights to and from UK airports, and 15 of those that happened after Jeffrey Epstein's conviction, sex offense conviction in 2008. So that's pretty odd, right, Leigh Ann? So he claims that the files show graphic detail how Epstein was flying girls in from Latvia, Lithuania, and Russia to Stansted, UK, where women were transferred from one Epstein flight to another, adding that they would not need British visas. So this seems it's still under investigation, but what do we know if this was a real transition point of sex trafficking women from one point to another, right? So this is what's under investigation right now. But what they're investigating, who's on the flights, what were they for, and was there any criminal conviction actually taking place on UK soil?
Yeah, and as you say, the investigation in the early stages, that they are now looking into it in the UK. And Sarah, this is something I find quite fascinating at the moment when it comes to these Epstein files. They've obviously been released in the US, but more Brits seem to be implicating it, and the British legal system seems to be taking it really seriously. We've seen Ghislaine Maxwell, she's British. Peter Mandelson lose his position as the US ambassador. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor lose his prince titles, and now we see 4 police forces looking into this, and of course that's because of the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown called on them to look into these allegations about these private flights to and from the UK. But across the Atlantic, what's happening there? Are people facing the same kind of wrath?
Well, Leigh Ann, I mean, we always say, don't we, when we're reporting this story at the moment, and we've discussed all the twists and turns over the last couple of months, including the fallout from this latest drop, which the Department of Justice here says is the last of the Epstein files. So it's more than 3 million documents that were put online. But yeah, as to the consequences here, so we always say being named in the Epstein files does not mean that there is wrongdoing, right? But there is no escaping the fact that the President of the United States currently, Donald Trump, his name is mentioned thousands of times in the latest drop of documents alone. Now, investigations, journalists, we're all still combing through the details of these documents, and that's where you're getting this sort of constant update of information as it emerges. The files themselves, when you go and look at them online, they're not in any particular order, so it's very difficult to track down various bits and correspondences, flight logs emerging, passenger manifests that appear to be partially missing names. It's very, very difficult to sort of wade through that huge amount of information and actually try and figure out what has happened. But what is very clear is that in both sides of the Atlantic and indeed around the world, there was a lot of support for Jeffrey Epstein, facilitation of his movements, and that there were really powerful names in politics, in business, royalty, who were involved, who knew Jeffrey Epstein, and more importantly, who it's now being revealed with this latest drop of documents, had misled the public in the past when they said we've cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein after, for example, his 2008 conviction. And there's been a lot of evidence now in these documents that shows that that simply wasn't the case, that those relationships went on longer. One of those names is Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary here in the United States. He'd gone on a podcast, he'd said that he'd had no further contact with Jeffrey Epstein after a certain date. And in this latest drop of files, it's emerged that he did visit Epstein's Island with his wife. He's spoken about that. He's admitted that they had a lunch. Again, important to state at this point that that in itself does not mean wrongdoing, but people are pointing to the discrepancy between the public image that he portrayed of having cut ties and the statements that he made, and then the reality and what the facts are actually showing in these documents. Now, yes, figures like Howard Lutnick, for the time being, the White House is standing firm behind him, but the anger is growing here in the United States, not least, guys, from the survivors themselves. They stood multiple times on the steps of the Capitol. They did it this time again after the latest drop. And what they've said is, look, the Department of Justice, they've been fighting them to get these files released. They finally, they thought, got the DOJ to comply. And yet when you go through those documents, there's some pages that are completely blacked out. They are saying, the survivors, the women and girls who suffered at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, who allege abuse at the hands of other powerful people, are saying that there are still names that have not been made public. There are still powerful names that are being protected by those redactions, and they want those names released. And they say without it, there simply can't be justice. Justice hasn't been done yet.
And what's interesting is you talk about them wanting those redacted files out. And Catalina, we always speak about the Epstein files and the conspiracy it creates without bringing out those redacted names. So it seems to be one of these stories that keeps on rolling on and on
giving.
the more the files are released.
Exactly. And I think there's another step here on the files release. There's going to be the Zorro Ranch, right? There's going to be an investigation into this. And it's a new truth commission. This is actually something I learned today about this property of Jeffrey Epstein, because this is a bipartisan investigation to investigate what happened here, because lots of the survivors actually claim, and I think these are some of the biggest claims made yet, that they were trafficked to the ranch, sexually abused there, and in some counts they said there were secret bodies buried on this property. So they're going to be investigating this property that now I think it's owned by someone else, and he said that there's complete transparency to review the grounds, etc. But it just shows what an octopus tentacle situation this is and the ramifications. And I think that until we don't get all the names of everyone released in the files in complete transparency, this issue, as Donald Trump said, we're not going to move on.
French President Emmanuel Macron is on a 3-day visit to India, holding talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi amid a strengthening strategic and economic ties. The two leaders are discussing Indo-Pacific cooperation and launching the India-France Year of Innovation. Macron will also travel to New Delhi for the landmark AI Summit. So, Michael, let's start with you. Macron has obviously met Narendra Modi today. There's a lot of bromance pictures out there. It seems to be that the two leaders get on pretty well.
And also, his eye is apparently better.
Yes, of course, because he had the aviators on at the Munich Security Conference, was it?
No, Davos.
The aviators. They all sold out very quickly, by the way. So, anyway, he's moved on from the aviators. But what can we expect from President Macron's visit to India?
So, big deals. I don't know if it's going to be the mother of all deals, as the EU one deal was with India. But certainly it's an opportunity for the middle nations to come to the forefront when we're talking about AI. Traditionally, and I say traditionally, I'm talking about over the last 12 months or so, it's been the U.S., and it's been China, and it's been the U.S. and China. But there are so many other nations, and India is incredibly well poised because of their highly skilled technical workforce and because of the mobility of that workforce to travel to other countries for working opportunities. And that's one of the deals that's going to be signed with the French president. It's also, from the French point of view, it's an opportunity for them to get in between India and Russia, because Russia has traditionally been India's biggest defense supplier of equipment. And now they're talking about, the Indians are talking about buying fighter jets from France. And it's also a relationship that is starting to develop trust as well, because there's going to be a transfer of technology, meaning that some of the fighter jets that the Indians are going to be buying are actually going to be built in India, which is very much a coup for the Indian Prime Minister. So there's so much that's happening. And this is one other point. This is one of the interesting dynamics that Donald Trump has created because of his unpredictability and because of his talk of tariffs and the imposition of tariffs, is that traditional bedfellows are not necessarily going to be staying faithful to each other. We have Canada and China, for instance. We had the EU in India. We have different parties around the world, trading partners, trying to find new dance partners so that they can make sure that there is a certain level of predictability moving forward. And this is what the economies and markets really rely upon.
Yeah, these shifting global alliances, we're definitely seeing them restructure a lot of relationships around the globe. I find it so interesting that we talk about AI, we talk about India, because we have to remember India is also the most populous country in the world. Definitely. It has the most people, so that is a huge market for the likes of France to tap into, and we're seeing this big AI summit there too, and I find it all quite fascinating what's happening in India at the moment. But do you think India could be a potential gateway to Europe and rival to China?
Definitely it is. From the same logic that Michael was mentioning, I think we have seen that seeking of different alliances, as you said, in the verge of or after, as a result of the American policies practically destroying the current world order. So people are searching for alternatives. But also we have to put that in the perspective of the eternal Indian-Chinese competition and rivalry on population, on market, on trade, on everything in that sense. And we've seen in the past years the Indian corridor through the Gulf countries into Europe as a competition to the Belt and Road Chinese initiative. We've seen the EU, the mother of all deals, etc. So I do believe that China is well positioned in a way to present an alternative to China, especially for countries like the EU, where values and systems actually account for something. I think the EU is much more comfortable dealing with India rather than China, simply on the basis of values of the democratic system that India has, of similarity in the way of thinking, and of liberal economy in a proper sense. So I think definitely the defense, the AI, the market, as you said, the labor force, the opportunities, the mutual opportunities, there's a big opportunity there, given the umbrella by the EU deal, and then every EU partner now is going for the maximum that they can get from, again, the biggest, most populous country in the world. And definitely it is a response to China's growth and the potential alternative to it.
It's a fascinating alliance because apparently, when I was reading about it, they have very historic roots. So it's Macron's 4th visit to India, so it's a natural partnership between both of them. But I don't know what your thoughts are of this, because Emmanuel Macron, he's been making an absolute stir on social media, because amid all this diplomacies in India for 3 days, he's met Narendra Modi, he's going to the AI summit. He managed to go for a run today on the streets of Mumbai, and he was running with all his security guards. There were pictures of it everywhere, and Narendra Modi congratulated him. I mean, fair play.
I also think it's an incredibly vulnerable moment where a world leader is running on the streets of another country. It gives the impression that you're almost a tourist. And I think that for a lot of Indians, they'll feel like, oh, our country is safe, we're welcoming, people can come here, go for a jog in the morning, stay healthy. And it's something that will endear you towards, in this case, all the Indians.
Yeah, I think it's great.
You're pushing me to give my opinion about Macron's policies again. I think the guy is a showman and nothing more. He's taking every opportunity to come up, as the cool guy, as the, again, the showman in everything that he does, in the way he acts, in the way he speaks, in the way he behaves in the international community. But we have to remind ourselves that this has brought France almost zero results so far. Let's hope this deal is a bit better in that sense. because really Macron can account for very little achievements during all his presidency in France.
And I always think of Macron a bit like I think of Trudeau of Canada. Sorry, Michael.
Which one, senior or junior?
Junior.
Junior.
Because Junior Trudeau was absolutely fantastic on an international stage. He wasn't popular at home. And I think this is exactly what it is when it comes to Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron likes to be cool on an international stage, but France, he's not actually popular in his own country where he is.
Too close to home. They know him.
Yeah, they know him.
I will say that Justin Trudeau was very popular when he was first elected.
Yeah.
True.
And I can't remember when Macron first came to office how popular he was.
Well, again, he created a status and then a party out of nothing. He broke the right and the left and he went through. So definitely he was that phenomena.
Right.
Because the people were fed up from the traditional parties, he came in, he played the show and he attracted all the votes and he created the whole phenomena of Macronism in France.
Not that he can get the budget passed, obviously.
No, that's a different case.
He's a showman without a budget. You know how it goes.
And a prime minister that doesn't seem to last very long either.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So, Jono, this was making headlines the whole weekend. Really, it was the centerpiece of the Munich Security Conference. What more do we know about this dart frog toxin that allegedly was used to kill Alexei Navalny, of course, the opposition leader once in Russia?
So it does seem like something directly out of a storybook. The entire allegation centres around this toxin, which, as you said, is derived from poisoned dart frogs, but specifically the compound is similar to Bactria natosum, which is one of the most deadly and most potent neurotoxins that we know about. So it is found in South American frogs, and it works by basically locking sodium channels in nerve cells completely open, which renders you, within hours, as someone who's likely to have died. In simple terms, it overwhelms the nervous system, leads to paralysis. Cardiac arrest is most likely what follows from this as well. And the allies of Navalny have said that there's traces of this, and this is what we've heard. Traces of this rare toxin were identified, and you might think this is really difficult because it's a very sophisticated method. It's extremely difficult to detect something like this quickly, which is why we've had to wait so long. And the key point politically isn't just the science, it is the symbolism here as well. If it's true, then this means it's a very highly specialised toxic agent that has reinforced that long-standing, as we know, the accusations of the use of exotic poisons in Russian political cases. We've heard about this before many times. There's no independently verified public confirmation of this exact substance just yet. And of course, Russia and the Kremlin have vehemently denied that any such thing has happened. But weirdly, Russian scientists published a paper in 2013 which actually described synthesizing this epibaptine, which is similar to what the toxin is that's used there. So the scientists that are employed work at the State Research Institute of Organic Chemistry and Toxicology and Technology. And they are the same company the same research institute who developed the Novichok toxin, which we know is, of course, one of the most toxic agents that is out there before the breakup of the Soviet Union. So to find it in humans, very, very difficult. It's a very specialised toxicology screening. It's not like some of the rest of the very, very well-known ones like arsenic. It won't just show up. It can be sent to a handful of laboratories around the world who will then specifically test for this toxin, screen for it, and if they discover it, then they can return it back, which means that the tissue samples were taken. We don't know exactly how, but we do know the tissue samples were taken out of Russia and sent to either the US or the UK for this specific toxicology screening.
And it's going to be really interesting when we find out how those tissue samples were taken out of Russia. We know Alexei Navalny, of course, died there. But as you say, the Kremlin is strongly rejecting the European assessment. Navalny died of poisoning. But we also have to look historically back when it comes to Navalny, because he was also on a flight to Russia. He went down very ill. He went to Germany for specialist treatment. It was an emergency, felt very sick on this plane and had Novichok poisoning. So he survived that poisoning. Russia always denied it. We also have the Skripals who were in England. Novichok again, once again traced back to the Russians. So it's not the first time that these accusations have been...
And they've always denied it. I mean, as you said, this is not the first time that they've been accused of poisoning opposers and opposers to the regime and to Vladimir Putin, yet they always deny it. And always, especially in this case, at least with Navalny, they say there's no proof. And of course there wouldn't be any proof because they basically hold the evidence. They hold the body. Navalny died in Russia. He was buried in Russia. And obviously they hold all the evidence. So it is quite interesting, as you said, how were the tissue taken out of Russia?
Yep.
And now after 2 years of him being dead, so...
I mean, they may have checked for every possible option. You would have had looking, again, any tox screen will check for arsenic or for an opioid or a cyanide, but specifically, and this is a very, very difficult thing to do, is to check specifically for that. Yeah. It would have taken some time. They may have run through 15, 20 other different toxins with those tissue samples first before they were able to, and it's a spectrometry which has to happen before they can figure out what it is. It's an incredibly deep case to try and dig in.
And also very interesting that the Europeans and their allies obviously announced this at the Munich Security Conference. Navalny's wife was there. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we examine the reported progress at the indirect US-Iran talks in Geneva and ask, are we closer to a deal or are we closer to a regional war in the Middle East? Plus, we'll be looking ahead to the first meeting of President Trump's Board of Peace, which is being held tomorrow, and asking what hope people in Gaza have for that first meeting and how it might shape US policy towards the Palestinians. Hello and welcome to the programme. The second round of indirect US-Iran talks mediated by Oman has ended, but tensions remain high. Iran and Russia have deployed warships for joint drills in the Gulf of Oman, while Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps staged its own exercises in the Strait of Hormuz earlier on in the week, further raising the stakes with Washington. Meanwhile, the US has sent the world's largest aircraft carrier to the region in a show of force. Well, the key question now, can these tensions be contained, or is the region on the brink of confrontation? Well, the US Vice President J.D. Vance said in an interview with Fox News that President Trump's priority is stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, emphasizing that he has many options to do so. Let's take a listen.
I think the president has a lot of options. We do have a very powerful military. The president's shown a willingness to use it. He also has a remarkable diplomatic team. He's shown a willingness to use that, too. And so what the president has been very clear with the Iranians, and actually I just talked to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner this morning about some of their negotiations, is the United States has certain red lines. Our primary interest here is we don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. We don't want nuclear proliferation. But the President of the United States is very much trying to find a solution here, whether it's through diplomatic options or through another option that means that the Iranians cannot have a nuclear weapon. That has always been the main focus. You can't have people like that have the most dangerous weapon known to man. It would be awful for our security. It would be awful for the future of our children. That is the goal of the President of the United States, and he's got a lot of options and a lot of tools to make sure that doesn't happen.
We're joined now by Mick Mulroy, who's a former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under President Trump. He joins us from Montana. Always a pleasure having you on the show, Mick. Let's start by talking about those talks that have been taking place in Geneva. Well, the two sets of talks, but let's talk about the Iran-U.S. talks. We're told they reached an understanding on what they said the two sides were the main guiding principles, but it doesn't sound like we're anywhere close to reaching a deal. Is that your reading of where we are right now?
So, Tom, I think that's a fair reading, and I share it. Essentially, what's usually done during these negotiations is they develop a framework. So what it is they're going to be discussing inside these negotiations doesn't mean they've gotten to, 0% enrichment, 3% enrichment, but they're going to talk about enrichment, for example. And that could also have essentially decided on whether to include ballistic missile production or support to proxy forces like Hezbollah. That's likely what they're saying. They haven't said what the framework is. But then, of course, they've given the Iranians 2 weeks to come back with an agreement that the United States would be acceptable with. So we'll see now whether this is going to go forward diplomatically or militarily.
All right, well, there are still some people out there, and we've been speaking to some of them, who say the US is just going through the motions. Bottom line here, Mick, does Washington genuinely want to deal with Iran, do you think?
I think they want the deal that they want. So it's not just about having a deal so they can find an off-ramp. It's about having a deal that, for political reasons and for practical reasons, is more stringent than the JCPOA. So that's the Obama-era nuclear agreement that this first Trump administration got out of. So they can't essentially go back to the same deal, or there'd be a lot of questions about what was the purpose of withdrawing and seeing Iran get to the 60% enriched uranium level. So it has to be more stringent than that. And I think that's why they're pushing for zero enrichment. And they might still be pushing for at least some restrictions on ballistic missiles. It's unclear. They're not saying that. But I do think the United States wants an agreement that they can say is better than the one they pulled out of. But I also believe that this projection of force is not a bluff, that the United States is well prepared to use that force if these negotiations break down.
We'll come to that in just a moment, Mick. I just still want to understand your thinking here with regards to the US motivations and the direction things are heading in. Because, I mean, the Iran talks are happening in the same city at the same time, more or less, as the Ukraine talks, using the same US team of Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I mean, some critics are saying that those two men, don't have the depth of knowledge that people, for example, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has. That's just on the Iranian side. And then, of course, they're sitting opposite from the Russians as well. I mean, aren't they outmatched and overstretched?
So it's clear. I mean, it's just factual. They don't have the same level of experience. You just mentioned Foreign Minister Araghchi. He worked on the original JCPOA. He is very well schooled, in depth on all the issues that goes into this type of agreement. It's very technical. Hopefully, Mr. Witkoff and Kushner have teams of experts that are with them from the intelligence community, potentially from the Department of Energy, which in the U.S., of course, is responsible for nuclear protocols. They need these expertise in order to be able to keep up with Araghchi, who he himself has the expertise. On the other side, it's a key, Medinsky, I believe is his name, is a key advisor to President Putin, who's very well schooled on everything Ukraine and everything the Russians want to know. Of course, historically, there would be seasoned long-term career diplomats, either appointed or in the position of a professional State Department employee plus many members from the intelligence community. That's just not the case here. They can supplement that with the expertise, essentially backseating them. But I haven't seen any real big names that would indicate that they're taking advantage of that really significant pool of expertise in the State Department and the intelligence community.
And just lastly, to press you on this matter of Geneva talks, I mean, why wasn't the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, there? Shouldn't he be involved in at least one of the two sets of talks?
Well, historically, it would be undersecretaries, which is not the case here. These are special envoys, if you will, but undersecretaries that do a lot of the groundwork, essentially to create the framework, to get to a place where the principles would then be brought in. And that is when they'd start getting down to the finalization of these agreements. Now, in this case, the foreign minister, as you already mentioned, Tom, is there. So that would indicate that perhaps Secretary Rubio should be there. But historically, it's usually the undersecretaries and even lower that develop the plan, and then the principals, the secretaries, the ministers come in to actually finalize it. So there's still plenty of time if Iran comes back with an agreement that the United States is acceptable with, and I think you will see Secretary Rubio out there, and potentially even President Trump. There's been some, at least media reports, that he'd be willing to become involved.
Okay, let's go back to talking about that U.S. military buildup in the Middle East. You seem to be saying that that's not just leverage, that's actual preparation. Tell us more.
Well, I think it's clear that the United States is willing to take strikes in Iran. We've already seen that during the 12-day war with Operation Midnight Hammer, specifically by the United States against the nuclear facilities. So that has essentially already been done. So I don't think it's a far stretch to think that it could be done again. President Trump, I think, believes that his military actions in his second term has brought him success. But everything that's happening right now indicates it's not just for a limited strike, say, on Fordow. It looks like it's for a extended, sustained, multi-week, potentially even over a month military campaign, not only to degrade the nuclear sites, but also the ballistic missile production sites, launching sites, and potentially even regime targets. I mean, this will be the second aircraft carrier strike group. There's already about 8 or 9 destroyers, about 6 or 7 cruisers, squadrons of aircraft that can be used from the ground, F-15s, F-22s, F-35s. It is substantial. It is a huge buildup, and it indicates to me that this is the U.S. military is preparing for a long, sustained campaign if given the order.
Right, because they can't just turn around and go back to the U.S. unless the deal is absolutely bulletproof and frankly markedly different from the 2015 deal, can they?
Right. I mean, it would be, you can only bluff so many times. If this agreement fell apart and there wasn't one that the U.S. was willing to accept, and then we just turned around all of these naval and air assets, I think it'd be the last time we could use this as sort of a forcing function. And I don't believe the president wants to be known for that. So I think for real reasons, the United States does believe, according to open source reporting, that Iran is starting to rebuild these nuclear facilities that we degraded. And it is a very real threat, of course, as Iran builds up their ballistic missile capacity again. So it might be that the U.S. does take these strikes and then goes back to Iran and says, well, now your nuclear facility is even more degraded. Your ballistic missile capability is significantly degraded. You want us to talk about a new nuclear agreement now, because they can keep doing that essentially to force them into this agreement that they would want. And of course, the economic circumstances are dire in Iran. The United States is talking about additional secondary sanctions that could make it even worse. They could essentially use this maximum pressure campaign to keep pushing Iran closer and closer to an agreement that the Trump administration would accept.
Right, and we've been told, you know, you were alluding to it there, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, due in the region in 2 weeks from now. One of the military officials, a retired US general we spoke to yesterday, hinted at the idea that 2-week time frame could actually be something of a smokescreen, in the sense that it gives everyone a full sense of security that nothing's going to happen for the next 2 weeks. And knowing, as you do, as we all do, as in fact, that President Trump likes an element of surprise. We saw that last June. Might we be about to see that again?
Quite possible, Tom. That is a tactic to gain the element of surprise. Of course, Iran has 2 weeks to come back with an agreement. I don't think that's a coincidence, but it's not like you have to have every asset in the region to launch. In fact, that could be used, as you just referenced, Tom, that we could have a running start. Essentially, we could start these strikes and then the second aircraft carrier shows up to the region. And then joins in the fight. There's no reason necessarily to have everything in place before this starts. And there's other assets we've been talked about. I mean, there's nuclear submarines with considerable amounts of TLAMs or Tomahawk missiles that are somewhere in the region. There, of course, their location is generally classified, but all they have to do is get into the right range. So we could see hundreds and hundreds of Tomahawk missiles coming down on sites in Iran before the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike force even gets to the region. But then when it does, that's just one more element that the U.S. can use to sustain operations.
Okay, but there is a new element to all of this. There's a new dimension, which is that those military drills that have been conducted by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz are about to be broadened to include Russian naval assets and possibly Chinese as well. I don't know what you read into that and whether you think this perhaps complicates or changes Washington's calculations.
Certainly, Iran, Russia, China have been allies for some time. I don't see them becoming actively involved in a conflict with the United States. That's obviously a nuclear power against two nuclear powers. And I don't think they would commit that for Iran. But there's a lot of concern about Iran sea mining the Straits of Hormuz. About 20% of the world's energy supply flows through there. And it is a very real possibility. The Iranians have the capacity to do that. The parliament has already approved them doing that if the supreme leader orders that. But I would say that is largely going to affect, of course, the countries in the region, to include Iran, who sends their oil through this strait and has no, protection against sea mines any more than any other company. And it largely affects the Indo-Pacific region, particularly China. The United States doesn't really rely on much energy from the Middle East. So it's a calculated step that Iran would take, and it would have major global repercussions, but it would largely be focused on Iran and the countries that were impacted. And if they do that, really the only country that can clear it is the United States, and that could take weeks or months. And then you'd still have to convince these insurance companies that it's worth insuring vessels that are going through that strait, because that's a commercial enterprise. So it's a lot of issues that would go with that. It would be a huge step. But that is likely why the Iranians and now Chinese and Russians are doing these exercises in this region. There's also a threat, at least in media reports, that the United States could do a naval blockade. So that could be another reason why these naval exercises are taking place, just to show that they have the capacity potentially to break that blockade.
Mick, just to wrap up this conversation, let me put you on the spot, if you don't mind. What's your hunch? Are we today, at the conclusion of this latest round of talks, indirect talks in Geneva, closer to a deal, or are we closer to a regional war?
Fortunately, I think we're closer to a regional war. I think it's close one way or the other, so it's not a lopsided analysis. But Iran, quite frankly, never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity. If they could essentially get to an agreement where they don't enrich uranium, there is the low enriched uranium bank that they have the capacity and capability of utilizing to do the civilian uses of low enriched uranium. They don't need to do it themselves. And what would that get them? Major sanctions relief, which is the primary squeeze on the regime right now. It's why literally almost the whole country is protesting against the regime, because economics, of course, affects everyone. So I think they have a great opportunity for themselves and for the Iranian people. But unfortunately, in the past, we've seen them miss these opportunities. And I don't see the United States pulling back if that's the case, and not taking at least some limited strikes, but I believe they have the capacity to take major strikes. And then they'll go back to the negotiation board and see if that changes the perspective of Iran, who can either elect to accept it and go with negotiations or potentially escalate it, like they are saying, publicly messaging, which could mean a significant regional war, something I think none of us should want to see. We should all hope that diplomacy wins the day here.
All right, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under President Trump. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, turning our eye to some other developments. Developments from the West Bank and Gaza. And the US President Donald Trump is set to hold his first Board of Peace meeting. Well, according to President Trump, members have pledged $5 billion to rebuild Gaza and will deploy thousands of personnel to support security and governance in the territory. Well, the board's first official session is scheduled to be held tomorrow in Washington. Meanwhile, global pressure is intensifying on Israel as UN missions condemn the latest actions in the West Bank. Well, 85 countries have declared Israel's land registration measures and settlement expansion illegal, urging the government to reverse them immediately. Well, let's get more on all of this. We can speak now to Hassan Khatib, who is the former Minister of Labour of the Palestinian Authorities. He joins us from Ramallah. Mr. Khatib, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I'd like to start by asking you about Israel's new land measures. They were announced on Sunday. I mean, does it look to you like de facto annexation that's been announced here?
It's partial de facto annexation. Because Israel is not interested at this stage of annexing the West Bank because of the population. There are a little bit more than 2 million Palestinians living here, and annexing the West Bank will mean a big demographic problem for Israel, and Israel is very sensitive for the demographic aspect in the struggle. Therefore, they are going in a gradual way in different parallel lines of illegal activities. One of them is reducing the population in Area C, which is 2/3 of the West Bank. And the second, making changes in the law that makes confiscation of land much easier. And number 3, expediting the process of building new settlements and expanding existing settlements and developing settlement infrastructure in the West Bank, especially in Area C.
Okay, so there's this idea of registering West Bank land as being, quote, state property. This is what they've announced. And I'm just wondering what that's going to mean, just from a sort of concrete point of view, for people who live there, for the Palestinians living there in the West Bank.
This is a very tricky issue, and there is much of deceiving in this concept, because all the land that is not registered officially in the name of its owners are defined by Israel as state land, while in fact it's not, because the Jordanian government, which was in charge or controlling the West Bank before the Israeli occupation, was in the middle of the process of land registration, land settlement. And the occupation interrupted that process. Therefore, more or less half of the Palestinian land that is owned by individual Palestinians are not registered officially, because the registration process, the land settlement process, was not accomplished when the occupation started. Therefore, some of the land that Israel is confiscating on the pretext of being state land, actually it's owned by individual Palestinians who inherited it from their ancestors. So there is a lot of problematic in this concept to start with.
Right. Well, there's been widespread condemnation of this latest Israeli initiative. I think 85 UN member states have condemned it. Is that going to change anything?
It will not change anything, practically speaking, but we welcome this, and we encourage the different governments in the world to move from only condemning this step into holding Israel accountable for such violation of the Palestinian rights and violation of the international rights and human rights. So the Palestinians, and I hope the Arabs as well, and all the friends of Palestine should encourage their efforts to try to develop the international community's attitude from just verbal condemnation into taking measures of the kind that make difference for the Israeli government.
Right, because verbal condemnation, the like of which we heard from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who called this, quote, unlawful and destabilizing. I mean, talk about stating the obvious. I mean, wouldn't you also like to see the Palestinian leadership doing more?
I would like to see everybody doing more. I like to see the Palestinian Authority doing more, especially in international organizations, and especially moving with the legal efforts in coordination with other states who are willing to do that, to go into the accountability level of the international law. And also, I like to see the Arab governments doing more. And I also like to see the European governments, which invested a lot politically and financially in the idea of the two-state solution, to try to rescue the possibility of two-state solution, because the essence of these Israeli measures are about making the two-state solution impossible now and in the future.
We've heard President Trump saying in the past that he opposes annexation. He says that's not going to happen. But why don't you think he has criticized these latest steps?
Because he doesn't really criticize or oppose annexation in the sense that Israel is implementing. He knows probably, and maybe this is why he said it in this language, he knows that Israel is not intending to make a Knesset legislation of annexing the West Bank. He knows that Israel does not have such a plan on the table for the time being. What Israel is doing is practical and gradual grab of the land that is short of annexation, but it's taking us gradually and practically into that position. Therefore, what we expect from everybody, including Donald Trump and the American government, is to take firm position against any Israeli violation of the human rights, of the international laws, and definitely the confiscation of land, the changes of the laws, and the transfer of Jewish population into the occupied land are all clear violations of the international law that needs to be criticized and condemned and held accountable.
And one of the loudest voices and the most prominent figures propagating this kind of language is the finance minister of Israel, Bezalel Smotrich, who talks about encouraging immigration and ending the idea of a Palestinian state. Would you say he is the driving force behind all of this?
I think the driving force is Netanyahu. And I think Smotrich is saying what Netanyahu allows him to say or expects him to say. Therefore, we shouldn't fall in the trap of imagining that there are moderate elements in this Israeli government and extreme elements like Smotrich. I think that all of them, led by Netanyahu, are behind the kind of policies that Smotrich is implementing. But we need to say that all these attempts and plans and efforts are not succeeding in convincing any Palestinian actually to immigrate or leave. That is correct for the Palestinians in the West Bank, and that is correct for the Palestinians in East Jerusalem. In spite of all efforts to push Palestinians from occupied Jerusalem outside, hasn't been successful. The Palestinians have been able to maintain more or less the same population in spite of all this pressure, because the Israeli pressure is one important element that we need to focus on, but also the Palestinian resilience and the Palestinian steadfastness is another aspect that we need to also look at and encourage and empower.
Just keeping our eye on the Israeli political landscape for a moment before we move on to some other subjects. I mean, this is obviously an election year for Prime Minister Netanyahu, and clearly everything he does is going to be, you know, with a view to trying to win that election or bring about greater chance of him having a leading role in a coalition and being able to form a coalition. What do you see as the link between these announcements about land measures in the West Bank and Netanyahu's electoral ambitions?
I think there is a clear link, because the Israeli society has been radicalized dramatically in the last few years, especially in the last 2 years, but even before. And therefore, usually when elections approach, the different competing Israeli parties try to please the public by showing more extreme and more tough practices and attitudes and policies vis-à-vis the Palestinian land and the Palestinian population in the West Bank and Gaza, including East Jerusalem. And we can explain partially the increase in these Israeli illegal measures by the fact that Israel is in an election year.
Let's turn our attention, before we wrap up, to tomorrow's first meeting of President Trump's Board of Peace. It's uncharted territory, and it could have serious consequences, far-reaching consequences for the Palestinian people. Turkey says this meeting and this board could revive a two-state solution. We already know that there's going to be a multi-billion-dollar reconstruction fund for Gaza. Do you share the sort of optimism that Turkey is voicing about what that board could achieve?
Actually, if this board was succeed in one thing, it is lowering the expectations, especially of the Palestinians, and in particular those in Gaza, of that council. And I think it is important, on one hand, to listen to what the members are saying, including the Turkish, but also the American. But it is more important to listen to what the Israelis are saying in this regard. And it is clear that Israel is not happy at all with the plans of that council. And Israel is the party controlling Gaza Strip. And the United States consider Gaza and the West Bank to be under the Israeli domain in a way or another. And therefore, I expect that Israel is going to call the shots in terms of the differences in views between Israel and the members of this council, including the United States. Israel is expert in transforming the transitional arrangements into permanent arrangements. And the current transition in Gaza is very comfortable to Israel. Israel is controlling 53% of Gaza, empty of population and adjacent to Israel. And this is very comfortable and tempting status quo that I guess Israel will make all the efforts to transfer into permanent. That's why I expect that moving from the first phase of the Trump's plan into the second phase is going to be very difficult, and it's going to take a long time, and it will involve a lot of tension within that council, especially with Israel.
But given the voices that are present at that table and how invested they are financially and politically and in other ways too, to be at that table, I mean, their voices cannot be ignored, can they?
Well, from previous experiences, whenever there were tactical differences between Israel and the United States over issues related to Israel and the surrounding areas, Israel always find ways to have things their way. They can use the fact that they are the party on the ground. They can use also they can pull strings in the United States, which is something they did with previous presidents. So what I'm suggesting is that it's important to listen to what the members of that council have been saying, but it's more important also to listen to what Israel has been saying about the future of Gaza. And Israel is not happy at all with the fancy ideas of transferring Gaza into a Riviera. Israel did not destroy Gaza in order to allow anybody to transfer it into Riviera. I think Israel is interested in keeping Gaza in a miserable situation as long as they can, and they are also interested in maintaining misery, hoping that this will convince as much as possible of the Gazans to leave Gaza.
Yeah, but it's going to be very difficult for them to carry on with voicing those sorts of messages in that type of forum where people are paid $1 billion to be at the table. You know, they won't be able to simply propagate the same arguments that they have done in the past, will they? I mean, let's be slightly optimistic just to wrap up.
Well, let's see what will happen regarding the most immediate requirement by Israel and the United States this time, which is the disarmament of Gaza. If they succeed in reaching an agreement or arrangements by that, and if the other members in the council will take serious positions and stands behind their intentions and statements, they might be able to convince Israel. But until then, I have difficulties being optimistic about the future of Gaza.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Ghassan Khatib, former Minister of Labour of the Palestinian Authority. Thank you for your time, sir.
You're welcome.
Well, let's get more now. We can cross to Dr. Ahmed Al-Farah, who is the head of the Pediatrics and Maternity Department at the Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis in Gaza. Dr. Al-Farah, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ramadan has begun all over the world. It's begun there in Gaza under a fragile ceasefire. Compared to last year, is the situation any better?
First, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you, my friend. Really, there is no big difference. I think since the ceasefire agreement, we have nearly 500 martyrs and nearly 1,006 violation of that agreement. That means that nothing different. But, you know, the number of mass casualties or the number of the martyrs is less than before. But we still, in Gaza, we still in not good general condition. We still suffering. We still suffering about medical supplies. We still suffering about a lot of medication. We still suffering about the closed borders, you know, Rafah border entrance is opened, but it is opened in a decrease or a less number of evacuated cases. We are talking about 22,000 patients are waiting to be referred outside Gaza because of they need medical evacuation, and they are dealing with 30 cases, sometimes 12 cases. sometimes 10 cases. If we calculate this number, that means that we need 3 or 4 years to evacuate this number of patients. That means that all these patients, they will pass away in silence.
Okay, so clearly a very difficult time for you, a difficult time for your colleagues. I mean, how are the doctors there at the Nasser Medical Center coping after what's been more than 2 years of violence and warfare?
Really, the doctors are the main corner of the health sector. You know, my friend, what's happening is in Gaza is just not merely a humanitarian crisis. It is something affecting the human existence. That belongs to human existence is the health sector. The health sector was completely collapsed during this war. We are talking about 85% of the capacity and liability of the health sector was completely destroyed. Either hospitals, primary health care, equipments, targeting doctors, arrested some of them and killed some of them. You know, doctors are working under a very difficult situation. They are, all of their families are in a tent. They are worried about their families. They are dealing with the patient in very, very difficult situation. They are working under pressure since 2 years and a half. I think all of them need to be in vacation. They need to have a rest. They need to travel outside. They never know anything about rest, about vacation, about something like that. And also, there is a difficult feeling about them when they are seeing or treating the patient, and they know that they can manage him, but the patient, there is no medical supplies that can save his life. There is no medication that can help in saving his life. There is no lab results or from the lab section. There is no investigation to diagnose his case. So they feeling very, very angry because they are losing patient day by day, and every day they can deal with that case, but they don't have the equipment and medical supplies to save his life. And the patient family, the doctors is the only hope for them. They thinking that the doctor have all the solution for their patient or their young children or their adult man or woman, and they think that the doctor will save him, but the doctor have nothing because of that lack that we are talking about and because of the closed border that we are suffering from.
Right. Well, you've given us a very detailed description there of what the situation is like for your hospital, the Nasser Medical Complex. It looks as though you've got electricity at the moment. Is it reliable? Is it 24/7? And do you also have clean water inside the hospital?
Yes, electricity is a chronic headache in the hospital since the beginning of the war. Since 2 years and a half, we are talking about engines and which depend on solar fuel system, and it is working since 2 years and a half. It is not stopped. You can imagine, my friend, that electricity is coming from that engines that working 24 hours over 24 hours. In lack of the oil that we need for that engine, we lack of some component of that engine. It is not supplied. It is not fixed in that engine. So the electricity is a miserable condition in the hospital. And unfortunately, the occupational forces, after 1 week, they not allowed for that fuel to come inside Gaza. So are we feeling a lot of worry about that? We try to cut off electricity from main parts of the hospital. and we are feeling afraid. We're asking the media, we're asking the TV, we're asking the TV channels to talk about that. We're asking the NGOs, WHO and OCHA to talk about that. After that, the occupational forces allow for a little amount to come inside, and again, it is a chronic headache. What we are looking for, that the hospitals should be covered by electricity, a constant supply of electricity, like any place in the world. I think if they allow for the fuel to come inside Gaza, to work the electricity pump of Gaza or station, I think it will cover the hospitals. The hospitals should be covered completely by that electricity. According to the water inside the hospital also depend on the electricity, because the pump that taking the water from the ground is depending completely on the electricity. So when there is a problem in the electricity, there is a problem in the water. So we are suffering of these two things from the beginning of the war.
Okay, and obviously now it's the winter, and the winter in Gaza can be a cruel winter, cold, wet. How is that affecting people there? Are you seeing an increase still in the numbers of patients coming in with ailments that are related to exposure, particular children? What's the latest there?
Yes, I feeling very upset when I'm talking about something happening in the 21st century, that children or an infant is passed away or dying due to hypothermia. Unfortunately, up till now, my friend, we recorded 11 infants who died or who passed away due to hypothermia. You know that nearly 1,300,000 people are living in a tent on the seashore in Gaza, Khan Yunis, Deir al-Balah. That tent is very weak. They are in front of the sea, sometimes in rainy weather, not warm. It is very cold. Sometimes the speed of the wind is 130 kilo, as was mentioned in the last time. Sometimes the temperature is 6 or 7 degrees centigrade. You know, my friend, that these infants are prone to hypothermia in the good house, in the concrete house, in electricity supply. They are prone to that because they have lack of energy, and they have lack of fat under their skin, and they have lack of the glycogen in their liver, and they can't shout or they can't tell that they are complaining about hypothermia. Unfortunately, 11 cases were passed away due to that hypothermia, and we are receiving every day 2 or 3 infants who are complaining from hypothermia, and they came to the hospital as soon as possible, and we try to warm them under warmer and give their medication. I want to mention, my friend, also that the delivery of the patient from that tent to the hospital is very difficult, because all the roads and ways are completely distracted, and the fuel is not available. So sometimes they are coming walking, sometimes they are coming with something drawn by a donkey or a horse. And this is a very difficult situation. And you can imagine that sometimes a pregnant woman, she's in labor and in delivery, she came always on that car that drawn or pulled by a horse or a donkey, and came to the hospital. So this is unbelievable to happen in that century and this time, but this happening actually in Gaza.
And obviously, as you say, the war lasted for some 2 years, and the consequences continue, and a lot of people in Gaza haven't worked since before October the 7th, 2023. And I'm just wondering, without much cash and with limited resources, how are families managing to buy the most basic needs? How are they managing to get hold of food? Are most people still entirely dependent on aid, and is that aid sufficient?
Yes, unfortunately, they are depends on aids and donation. There is no cash available. I think this is a message that they need to take their life, their normal life. They have to return to work. They have the borders should be open and everything get inside Gaza. The raw materials, because we want to rebuild our home, our universities, our hospitals. This is will create some opportunity to work for everyone. I think this will make the economical situation is better, and this will make something to cash to be moved in Gaza. You know, Israel is not allowed for that these things to come inside Gaza. I think we're still suffering, and today the United Nations and a lot of NGOs asked for more aids to come inside Gaza. More aids to come inside Gaza. This is not the targeted that we are looking for. We are looking for something to create a new life for the civilian in Gaza to work as they used to take their opportunity for education, for receiving health services, for traveling outside, to be a human being life, not the life they are suffering from it up till now.
There are reports of a major reconstruction plan for Gaza, and President Trump of the United States has launched this Board of Peace, and they're going to meet tomorrow for the first time. What would be your message to the leaders assembled for that first meeting on Thursday?
I hope that this will happen as soon as possible, but I think that they are talking more than they are doing on the ground. You know, we have a committee that should deal with Gaza, with her president, Dr. Ali Sha'at. The Israeli forces the occupational forces up till now, they didn't allow them to come inside Gaza to do their activities, to see the situation, to evaluate the situation. Up till now, the occupational forces is not allowed for any life to Gaza to come again or to try to create another life in Gaza, because they are thinking, and they are really about that they are thinking that this situation will enforce the Palestinian to get outside Gaza and to leave Gaza as they put in their dreams.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Al-Farah, I mean, going back to where we started, talking about Ramadan, day one, how would you describe the mood there at your hospital amongst your patients and your staff?
This is the first day of Ramadan. Now, everyone is trying to create something looking to optimistic or looking for the future. Everyone is looking for his family, to support his family by food. Everyone is looking for again to regain his life. For example, I have 2 students in the university. They lost nearly 2 years of their life while they are waiting to study or to complete their computer engineering in the university. I have also another student in the Faculty of Medicine. She's just studying on media, just on phone or on iPhone or on laptop. So we are looking for again to renew or recreate our life by a normal situation that we used to deal with it before 7th of October. And really, we are feeling worried that there is a lot of promising, and a lot of promising are coming from outside, from President Donald Trump and all the leaders that carrying the peace process in Gaza, but nothing happened on the ground. At last, everything is controlled by the occupational forces. What they are decide, they do, and that feeling a lot of worry about the doctors, about everyone in the hospital, about every even teacher, even professor, even pharmacist, any category from the Palestinian people. They are feeling worry about the future because there is no true light coming from that to tell us that the future will be good and more better than as it now.
Okay, so you're saying a lot of noise, a lot of words, not enough action. We're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Dr. Ahmed Al-Farah. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Most welcome, my friend. Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, US President Donald Trump has called it one of the most consequential bodies ever created in the history of the world. His Board of Peace has been officially launched, promising not only stability in the Middle East, but also an avenue for broader global conflict resolution. For more insight on the role the board will play, we're joined by US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabe. Ambassador Huckabe, thank you for your time and welcome back to Counterpoints.
I appreciate it, Melinda. It's great to be back with you.
Let's start with the Board of Peace. Why do you think that this particular board can be a stabilizing force in the Middle East where other groups and other institutions may have failed?
Oh, this is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive that brings together people from across the political and even geographical spectrum. It's historic and epic in its very makeup. It's even more historic in its ambition, in the idea that you're going to bring all of these nations together who are going to collaborate on something that is uniquely focused on a region that has been the centerpiece of international attention for the past 2.5 years, and that has been the centerpiece of a very, very difficult war, difficult for the Israelis, difficult for many people who have watched it from afar, and unfortunately, especially difficult for those who forget why the war even happened. And it seems like a lot of people talk about what the future of Gaza is. That's the appropriate thing. But I hope we never forget what initiated it. And that was the October 7th slaughter of over 1,200 people and the taking of over 250 hostages.
Ambassador, there has been some concern from some politicians, from some commentators who are worried that the term Gaza isn't even mentioned in the Charter. Are you concerned, as the ambassador for Israel, that this will be too internationally focused and that the region that it was set up to stabilise may be forgotten in broader ambitions?
I think it may be a fair concern just looking at it from a distance, but I can assure you that everyone that is involved in it understands exactly why this was created. Maybe it's because there's hope that the model of the Board of Peace can serve as a model for other places around the globe where there have been similar conflicts, similar injustices, similar instances in which a lot of people have been caught up in a war. And so I wouldn't worry too much about what isn't mentioned. I would focus more on what is mentioned, and that is that there has got to be now a real effort to try to disarm Hamas, get the last hostage back, then move very quickly to phase 2 and start building a better future for the people who choose to remain there.
Can you see a situation where the Board of Peace, chaired by the President himself, gives a deadline to Hamas to disarm, gives a deadline to Israel to withdraw their troops? Do you think the Board of Peace will go that far?
Whether it's the Board of Peace officially or whether it's President Trump, I not only can foresee it, I would almost be assured of it. President Trump is a lot of things, but being patient with people who signed an agreement and don't keep it, well, that's not something he's really that patient with. Hamas signed the agreement. Let's never let them forget that. They agreed to disarm. They agreed that they would not have a future in the role of governing Gaza. So for them to violate that, and then to violate the return of all hostages, which they, to their credit, they at least let all the living hostages go, and most of it is ceased, but there's still a remaining deceased hostage that's being held. That too was something they agreed to. So they're the clear violators of the ceasefire agreement, and they've signed on to say they would do it. I think you can count on the fact that President Trump will hold them to that.
So you can foresee the president putting a deadline, in 2 weeks, on this date, they must disarm?
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to be, and only he could answer that. So I'm not going to try to speculate. Is it weeks? Is it a month? What is that deadline? I don't know. He will certainly tell us. As you know, the president's pretty good about expressing himself. He's not ambiguous when it comes to saying things out loud that he really believes and things that he sticks by. And I think it's one of the reasons that Hamas should pay attention, because he said consistently since he was sworn in just over a year ago that Hamas has no future there and they've got to disarm. And that was before the ceasefire agreement. He's never wavered from that, never even an iota. Mm-hmm. So the idea that they're going to somehow wait him out, it's not a good calculation on their part.
Seeing as we're talking about the president, let me put this to you. He sits at the head of the Board of Peace, and he alone has full veto power. Is that fair, that the veto rests with one person?
I would ask this: is there anyone else in the world who could lead this effort and bring it to where it already is? I would say the answer to that is an emphatic no. I can't think of anyone leading any nation, any organization, who has the moxie to pull off what he has already pulled off. The agreement at Sharm el-Sheikh itself was something that I think maybe went beyond what people would have ever expected. And that is, when you have the entire Arab world all signing that agreement, Israel signing the agreement, even Hamas signing the agreement, no one but President Donald J. Trump could have pulled that off. So I would just simply say, if anyone questions why should he be the head of the Board of Peace, you tell me who should. And I think you're going to have a hard time giving me a name of anybody who would be better suited to serve in that role than he would.
Here on Counterpoints, we've had some very experienced political commentators say to us that this board could eventually kill the United Nations. Do you think that that's a possibility?
I personally couldn't answer that. I don't think that that's the intent of the Board of Peace. In fact, I can say categorically that's never been discussed. No one has ever said, hey, if we really work this right, we'll replace it.
Of course, and the president in his address at Davos said that he will work in conjunction, but he has been very critical of the UN. Can you foresee a time where it rivals, threatens the UN?
I think if the UN is threatened or rivaled, it'll be because of its own incompetence. It won't be because of something that President Trump does. He's willing to work with the UN. He's gone to speak there. He's been very open about that. But he's also recognized that there are UN-affiliated organizations like UNRWA that were collaborators with Hamas. Even on October 7th itself, there's a lot of heartburn, I think, among many Americans and other nations of the world about some of the ways in which the UN conducts itself. So it's the UN that needs to reform. It's the UN that needs to make some serious changes to regain credibility in the world. But when you have let's say a Human Rights Council, and you take advice from Russia or North Korea, you just strain the credibility of the organization. So no, I don't think the Board of Peace was ever intended to be a replacement or to be a rival. It's intended to do what it's stated its intentions are, and that is to bring a global awareness and participation in bringing not only an end to a war, but a real rebuilding beyond it.
Well, you raise Russia there. But eyebrows were certainly raised when invitations were extended to Russia, to Belarus, to join the Board of Peace. Given what you've just said, is it appropriate that Presidents Putin and President Lukashenko are invited to sit on a Board of Peace?
I think, again, the president wants to bring as many people together as he possibly can, hoping that if they are a part of the Board of Peace, that it will have long-reaching implications and maybe lead to points of peace in other theaters, including Russia, Ukraine. Let's hope so. We all want to see that one end as well.
Would you like to see President Putin accept the invitation?
Not up for me. Look, I'm keeping my eyes on the portfolio of being U.S. ambassador to Israel, and I have great respect and genuine sense of confidence in the president's decisions. So far, even when people think they're wrong, they turn out to be right. And this has been my observation for many, many years of knowing him. I often, sometimes even will say, I wonder what he was thinking or what did he do? And then in a few days or a few weeks later, it's like, that was brilliant. What I love about President Trump is that he does not approach things in a conventional and in a traditional political calculation. He asks two questions of pretty much everything before him. Will it work, and will it make things better? He is the ultimate pragmatist. He is not an ideologue. And I tell my friends in the U.S. all the time who want to peg him left or right, I say, you're missing the point. That's not who he is. If he makes a decision, it's going to be based on will it work and will it make it better? If that lands a little left of center, that's not a big calculation. Most political figures are going to start and end within the box of their ideology. So if they're conservative, they're going to say everything we do has to start and end within the center to right horizontal line. He just doesn't think like that, and it's why he's been so successful, because he thinks beyond the expectations of a traditional political figure.
Well, Israel is concerned that this Board of Peace will make things better. It's raised worries about the invitations, for example, of Turkey and Qatar on the Board of Peace. Former National Security Advisor Yaakov Amidror to Israel said that it's a strategic error that would strengthen Hamas. Do you share Israel's concerns about their invitation to the board?
One of the things that was made very clear, and President Trump has said it, as have the envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, is that there's an expectation that there will be a difference of opinion in who's on the board and how it's conducting its business. Every member always has the basic right to exit if they choose that it's not going to work for them. But I think the bigger picture is that President Trump is bringing together people that ordinarily wouldn't be together, but the goals are simple. And as it relates to particularly the disarming of those who started this in the first place. And I don't want the world ever to forget, this was not created because Israel did something. This was created because Hamas did something on October the 7th that was an atrocity, so unspeakable, that had it happened in the United States, it would have been the equivalent of over 40,000 Americans, not just murdered, but massacred and slaughtered. So I think it's one of those moments where Israel looks at this perhaps differently than anybody else in the world. President Trump understands that. He's made that clear. Everyone will make their own decisions about their future role in this.
Mm-hmm. Let's turn our attention slightly away from Israel and Gaza towards other parts of your region. President Trump has told reporters on Air Force One that the US has an armada heading towards Iran. What's he preparing for?
I think Iran will find out when it's time for them to know. The one thing he has said to the Ayatollah that he's continually made clear to Iran, last summer he made clear to them, you're not going to have enriched uranium and you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They didn't believe him. He proved that he meant it. If he's saying to them, quit killing the protesters, quit slaughtering your own people who believe that they should be having food and water and an economy that works rather than one that gives all of its resources to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, then the supreme leader, or sometimes I call him the extreme leader, should pay attention to that. Melinda, where I come from, we have a statement, a colloquial comment that says there is no education in the second kick of a mule. Well, what that simply means is that the mule kicks you the first time because you stood behind him, not understanding what the mule could do, and you go and you stand behind him again, you're probably not going to have much education in the second kick of the mule because you didn't get much out of the first one. I would say to the Iranian leadership, you got kicked pretty hard last summer, and President Trump did exactly what he said he was going to do. He's saying to you again, you can choose a better course. I would strongly suggest that the Iranian leaders do that.
Is there underlying in that, you know, when you say Iran will find out when it's time for them to know, is the underlying sentiment then that perhaps President Trump isn't convinced when the Iranian authorities say that they aren't executing the protesters and that they have restored calm order?
I think President Trump is a person who is naturally skeptical when people have a long history of murdering their own people, that he's going to just believe that they've had a change of heart. So he's going to want evidence of that. If he doesn't get it, then I think that will be one of the bases upon which he will make whatever decision he will make. But he alone will make that decision. It won't be made by me, won't be made by anyone here in Israel. It will be made by the President of the United States. And when he makes that decision, it will be one that it will be carried out. But I don't know when, I don't know what. I just know that anyone who does not believe that President Trump makes promises that he keeps, they haven't been paying attention.
Do you think then that people in your region should be preparing seriously for another US intervention?
You know, I don't know that I would say that people ought to be preparing like they ought to be stocking up on water and bread and canned goods right now. I don't think we feel a sense of imminent threat. I'm not sensing that here in Israel. But look, we live in a part of the world that is volatile. There's a fragility, if you will, about what peace looks like on any given day. I think most Israelis went to bed on October the 6th, 2023, thinking life is good. Tomorrow's a religious holiday. It's going to be a wonderful day. Everything changed within a few hours. So people expect that you're prepared for anything. You hope for the best. Nobody's sitting around curled up in a fetal position right now, thinking that the opening salvos of Armageddon are about to happen. People are always on alert, and I think that's just being smart.
Let's, as we wrap up our interview, let's circle back to where we started with the Board of Peace, because part of that announcement, part of that official launch on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos included Jared Kushner presenting a reconstruction plan for Gaza, and in that it suggested not just stable and economically prosperous Gaza, but a Gaza governed and controlled by Palestinians. Do you think that that sits comfortably with the people of Israel?
As long as there's going to be serious reform within the Palestinian culture and mindset, that's going to be a real key. But that's been true within the Palestinian Authority governed regions in Judea and Samaria. So will they change their textbooks and make it so that children are not taught that it's a wonderful thing to kill a Jew? That's going to be a part of it. Will they stop paying people who are terrorists for having murdered people who are Jewish and conducting all kinds of acts of terrorism? And if they die, will their families stop getting pensions for that? That's a part of the reforms that really need to happen, and I think the expectation is that it will. Let's hope that there's a massive reformation. There is a very different kind of culture that takes root in Gaza, and that, as the fairy tales say, let's hope that we all live happily ever after. That's the hope and the goal. But it's in the hands of the people who will have to make it in order for that to be true.
Well, on that, as we wrap up, one last question to you. If we are to live in that fairy tale of all living happily ever after, what is the first thing you would like to see the Board of Peace do? I know that you don't sit at the head, but if you could advise President Trump on day one, this is the first thing, what would you like that to be?
Well, I'm not sure that President Trump needs my advice. I think all of us, and the president has made this clear, we all want to see Hamas fade from the scene, a disarmed, demilitarized Hamas. They're the ones who are the root of this evil, and it really can't go forward as long as they are still holding weapons and as long as they're still holding the hate and the animosity in their heart toward the people who are so close to them.
Ambassador Mike Huckabe, it's always a pleasure to have your analysis and insight here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Melinda. It's always a pleasure to be with you, and I appreciate the conversation.
Because humans are naturally nostalgic, they search for their beginnings and the first moments of everything around them. It is in our nature to cherish what we consider precious, to protect our memories, even those that break our hearts. Who among us has not kept the letter yellow with time? A lover's perfume in a glass bottle. A grandmother's earrings passed through gentle hands. A photograph. A record. A book that carries the warmth of a heartbeat. Can we say that everyone has their own museum? Why do we chase the warmth of faces long gone, the echo of feelings that once lived within us? Why does the human heart wander endlessly backward, spending half its life in the soft light of yesterday? What are the origins of the museum? When did humanity decide that its treasures should belong to everyone? The story of museums, those guardians of culture and memory, begins much earlier than most imagine. From a princess's private trove to vast institutions welcoming millions, the museum has evolved into a space where the boundaries between the private and the public dissolve, transforming personal passion into a shared heritage.
The Louvre has always been in the center of Paris. That is to say, it has been the heart of Paris for almost 800 years. And Paris, in the year 1190. It is necessary to go back that far to find a Paris without its Louvre. It was in that year that King Philip Augustus built himself a fortress, a place to keep his jewels, his dogs, and his prisoners of war.
As everyone knows, the Louvre Museum is not just a museum. For decades, it has been one of the tools of soft power, and the actual decision regarding its management and security rests with the Élysée Palace. Around the world, there have been nearly hundreds of famous museum thefts. This isn't the first time the Louvre has been targeted, but the October 2025 heist, which unfolded in plain sight of guards and visitors, may be among the boldest in its history.
The heist of the Louvre was a tremendous shock on October 19th. We had several small burglaries in museums right before. The Museum of Natural History, golden pellets were stolen. So this was like a series. We were like a nation in shock. Why can't we protect anything of value? And secondly, there was a sort of shock about the fact that there was insufficient security. So we were blaming insufficient security, so laxness and indifference, and at the same time, some sort of national curse.
From the Apollo Gallery 50 years ago, the sword of King Charles, made around 6 kilograms of gold, studded with precious stones, vanished from its display and has never been recovered. But the real story here isn't the theft itself, but what it says between the lines. Why are museums robbed more easily than jewelry stores? Why do surveillance systems, guards, reinforced glass, and alarms so often fail to do their jobs?
Let's say that a jewelry store has a limited perimeter, it's a small area, and they have strict access control, and they have standardized procedures. But for a museum, it's by nature an open venue. They welcome people, so you have a lot of flows, and it's always a compromise between access, conservation, and visitor experience. So, of course, it's a whole chain of security that has to be set up, and that is a very complex way how to set up. And also, if one aspect is not well secured, it's the whole chain which is deficient.
Well, jewelry stores expect to be robbed. The National Museums, any museum, knows it's a possibility, but too many armed guards inside the museum would give a bad feeling, and plus they really don't want a guard to pull out a gun and shoot. In most museums, the artwork is not insured, and jewelers are insured. So the jewelers, you know, they can put up a fight, but in the end, it's not that tragic for them. For a museum, they don't put up a fight. It's almost counterintuitive, but you know, they should be guarded like crazy since they don't have insurance. But it's exactly the reverse that happens.
On a bright morning on the 19th of October 2025, a theft unfolded in the heart of Paris that stunned the world. Not for its scale alone, but for its symbolism. In broad daylight, priceless artifacts vanished from the Louvre, the world's most visited museum and one of France's proudest institutions. Considering this latest Louvre heist, the getaway truck was itself stolen from a small town on the outskirts of Paris called Louvre. It somehow made its way into one of the busiest, most heavily monitored areas of the French capital. The truck stopped, 4 men got out, 2 entered the gallery, took what they came for, and left. All happened in just 7 minutes. This is what has been confirmed. Digging into details, sources say that those 7 minutes were invested wisely. 3 minutes and 57 seconds were enough to smash the glass, snatch 2 displays of jewels, and escape without anyone lifting a finger to stop them. All this in a city where Parisians swear that if anyone parks his car in that same spot for even a minute, police patrols would appear from every direction, issue a fine, and order the driver to move immediately.
C'est un symbole de la France, donc c'est dommage. Ce qui est étonnant, c'est qu'on voit des voitures de police toutes les minutes circuler dans Paris, et là, en 7 minutes, il n'y a pas une voiture qui est intervenue. C'est assez étonnant.
On est venu toucher un petit peu aux joyaux de la France. Donc oui, c'est quand même un symbole, ce musée et tout ce qu'il y a à l'intérieur, bien sûr que ça me touche.
So that's what really shocked us. The easiest way they could use to do that, it was like acting normally, you know, being part of the environment.
The world is expecting more security from this kind of places, of course. One day or one other, we will have also a security failure in the Tour Eiffel.
The thieves did know everything about the Louvre's method of operation. They knew that the jewels were reinstalled every morning. The jewels are taken away at night and hidden in a safe place and brought back at exactly a few minutes before opening. And they knew that that was the vulnerable moment to jump in, because security would have been moving around. So obviously they had infiltrated somebody who had done all this investigating.
Merde. Ok, merci.
Les individus sont en scooter, ils vont quitter. La police. ACSE pour passage de Suez, quand on arrête les entrées. C'est bon.
Experts say museum officials long believed that a daylight robbery of a major museum was virtually impossible. Yet growing evidence suggests the Louvre thieves may have received assistance from inside the institution itself. Some even speculate that the perpetrators had a digital or human Trojan horse inside the museum, a secret accomplice who is now just a stunned observer like everyone else. Still, these are speculations nonetheless.
All kind of cyber intrusion or any insider that could link some crucial information are always options that has to be taken into consideration for investigation.
I am not inside the investigation, but it's very probable that they had somebody inside who told them how weak the system was. It's very plausible. Very plausible. But we have to wait the end of the investigation.
Is it somebody like a one guard or some cleaner or something like that? That's where the suspicions would go. But that it was an inside operation that was commanded by people inside who working against their own institution, no, that has not been considered in the end by the investigation, nor the fact that it would be a foreign nation.
According to what we know about what they said, the criminals said during their arrest, and also what they have, what the investigators have discovered, there was no any traceability of intrusion could be internal insider providing with crucial information, or any kind of a cyber attack on the system in the Louvre. So for the moment, nothing goes to that explanation.
Hours after what many are calling the heist of the century, Hicham Daoud, a political anthropology researcher at France's National Center for Scientific Research, reflected on the deeper implications of the theft. France may have recovered its most valuable artifact, Daoud said, but what was wounded today cannot be healed by reclaiming a mere object. What was shaken was the belief that the symbols of the French nation are untouchable, that the pride of an entire country could not be threatened in a matter of minutes. He continued, "The crown has returned to the Louvre and may soon shine again, and perhaps the remaining stolen pieces will be recovered. But the image of that crown lying abandoned on the roadside will haunt the national memory. Deep down, the French fear that one day their country could resemble that crown, stripped of pride, of grandeur, and of protection."
You know, everybody, the newspaper reported that something very easy, and then the jewelry is lost forever. It's part of organized crime, and we will never find them.
Those jewels are considered to be national treasures, and who would dare do this in front of everybody and steal them? So museums are behind in their thinking. They got it more or less backwards. And there is another problem, that when you steal from a museum, you have to dispose of the artwork on the black market. So these jewels will have to be cut and transformed in order to be sold. And there is another problem, since it's a national affront. They have 100 police working on this. I mean, for a jewelry store, you wouldn't necessarily have that many police. So it's really very counterintuitive, and it's just this illusion of ease that the criminals saw, which made them try such a thing after a whole series. But after this, I think the French museum world will change completely. I was in another museum when it happened, and I saw the guards got nervous and started walking around Napoleon's sword. So there's going to be a reaction.
Ironically, some observers note the stolen items may be the only pieces in the Louvre that weren't already stolen from somewhere else to begin with. Historians estimate that nearly 80% of the museum's collection originated from colonial conquests and imperial expeditions. That uncomfortable truth, many argue, is the real core of the story. European analysts see the heist as a mirror held up to France itself, a nation strained by political instability, economic fatigue, and growing social unrest.
I guess you are not expecting the President of the Republic to be in front of the museum and be like that and prevent robbery. I mean, it's not his role, okay? I think that somebody has to be blamed is the lady in charge, the director of the Louvre. She has to be blamed because she receives the report and the warning. She is the one who should dismiss. She's the one who has to resign, not the president. I mean, the president, you cannot expect your president to be in front of each of your museum, I guess.
It wasn't just a robbery, one senior cultural critic in Brussels said. It was a symbolic message reclaiming that what France once took can also be taken from France. Investigators remain tight-lipped about how the thieves managed to infiltrate one of the most secure museums in the world in broad daylight. Yet the brazenness of the act and its timing between a collapsing government and another trembling under pressure has deepened public unease. To many, it feels as though the country's sense of pride and protection has been breached.
It's a symbol that has been attacked, and for France, it's really a very critical and even political issue, let's say. And also the amount of the law, which is the value of the jewelries are around 88 million euros.
With considerable intelligence, because really the timing was incredible. And they got lucky because the police went to the wrong place when they finally got the alarm. And they were also lucky, these burglars, because the casing of the jewels was not as, it wasn't impenetrable. Okay, this was not Fort Knox. So they did have some time to drill a hole in the glass, and you know, the Louvre doesn't have armed police inside. You have to go get them. You just have security, and they came in, and the burglars threatened them with these drills, and so really nobody wanted to be attacked. And in the past, there have been guards who were overpowered and gagged and tied up a few decades ago. So nobody wants to go through that.
We often read the phrase, inspired by a true story, at the beginning of some movies or even some novels. But what happened at the Louvre seems to be the complete opposite. Who among us did not notice the mysterious resemblance between the recent Louvre theft and the plots of the famous French series Lupin and the film The Thomas Crown Affair, released in 1999? Were these stories merely a coincidence? Or were they hidden maps of an event that actually took place at the Louvre on the morning of October 19, 2025?
The beginning is disturbingly similar because it's the same part of the Louvre which is burglarized. However, in the series, it's a public auction which is attacked, and in reality, it's simply the room, the display room. So there's that difference. However, the quality of the burglars seems to be similar. They are not, international robbers like Arsène Lupin is supposed to have been. This imaginary figure, it's not Ocean 11 or one of those kind of high-class mythical movie attacks. These were just general, jewelry robbers who did this.
The comparison is a bit exaggerated because, okay, we have the Louvre, which is a world icon, and it's very romantic place as well. But the idea of also acting during the day, so the fact this is very surprising. Unfortunately, I have to say that as I mentioned previously, obviously no political and no other objective in this heist to get profits and to exploit a security gap, and that's all.
Astonishing that they were able to do something like that in such a short amount of time with no one really noticing what was going on. Right. So it really was like an ultimate heist in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it almost sounded like a movie.
Well, you would imagine like high level of security, especially protecting certain things. So when you have something valuable at home, you try to protect it, right? Imagine a museum with lots of history, lots of years worth of, right? So yeah, very surprised.
Here, the sequence of events can be laid out chronologically as follows. First came the theft itself. Then the wave of astonishment, not only in France but globally. Third, the rapid spread of the news, thanks to social media networks. The fourth was the collapse of any sense of time as the public demanded quick answers before shock could turn into yet another crisis for Macron's government, which was already navigating intense political pressure at the time. In such a situation, it was only natural to resort to artificial intelligence to understand what had happened.
Today, technology does not grant the luxury of time. For example, in the recent Louvre Museum theft, just a few hours after the incident, social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos, perhaps exaggerated, created with the help of artificial intelligence, all seemingly mocking the theft. This allowed those behind technology screens to be journalists, analysts, and even investigators. For example, I didn't fly to Paris or enter the Louvre. The only truth about the video you've just watched in the Louvre is my photo, just a silent photo that I gave to AI to generate this video. I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there. Only AI did. This was nothing but an experiment to understand today's powerful technology.
Trying to find a kind of plot in this due to the political and social situation in France. Macron is always used for groups that are against the situation and let's say the current political scene. It's another way how to attack France, or more specifically its president.
On ne tire pas sur une ambulance. You don't shoot ambulance. When somebody is weak, it's always easier to ban him and to blame him. Okay? I myself, I don't blame the president for that. I blame the lady in charge, the director of the museum. She is the one who had the report. She is the one in charge. She is the one who must be taken accountable on that.
History never knew the dragon we speak of today, the artificial intelligence. Yet history tells us that the Babylonians and the civilizations that followed them in Mesopotamia, along with the ancient Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Greeks, and others, were the ones who first conceived and developed the idea of a museum through centuries of accumulated experience. But today, things have changed. In recent years, virtual museums have emerged, presenting their collections in an intangible digital space, one no thief or vandal can ever touch. And now, artificial intelligence enters this vast landscape once again. Perhaps we are on the brink of transformation that will redefine museums and their security altogether. Whether physical or virtual, the museum remains a place where history completes its cycle, where history became full circle, returning us to the same human impulse to collect, preserve, and display.
Well, it was the French and the British. The French Revolution, they took the royal collections and they said, okay, this is not just for the nobility who are coming once in a while, and not just for art students, it can be opened up to everyone. So it was made accessible, especially to art students and on certain days to the public. And it became popular. And the British did the same thing with the British Museum. Now, in the 19th century, museums were also research centers. You know, they do a lot of archaeology in the Middle East. They did a whole lot of Egyptology. That's really what got them off the ground. And then they stored the big national paintings, you know, a Napoleon crossing, a mountain pass, and such grand paintings. But after it is in the 20th century that it really got off the ground, because it became a mass tourism attraction and brought in a lot of revenue.
Museums, despite their symbolic and cultural weight, are not all fortified like high-end jewelry stores. They rarely anticipate the possibility of a bold daylight robbery. And so, the weaknesses are far greater than the average visitor ever imagines. In just minutes, the heist of the century, as the French now call it, along with royal crowns and historic necklaces, vanished into the bustle of Parisian streets. The spectacle stunned the French and the world, revealing the fragility of a place long thought to be one of the safest guardians of human heritage. Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet? The world found itself witnessing an event where time seemed to stand still. An audience surrounded by a forest of phone cameras inside a hall devoid of surveillance. In the past, before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets, joining strikes, waving flags, writing songs, demanding justice. Technology no longer grants time the luxury of time.
Her journey to space was always about much more than the view.
It was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space.
1, 2, 3, take us space!
Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did.
He had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. He told me that he had one of the best days of his life. Everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat.
What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful and it should be protected.
Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I think these are very important for us to be able to celebrate each other, to see each other, to see who some of our heroes are, and to see who some of our up-and-coming heroes are going to be.
It's amazing that they have a focus on women and female voices, and I'm very inspired by that.
I'm excited to be in a room full of people, peers from both
the West and the East, from the region as well, you know, celebrating women in film.
It's nice to be able to be here among a group of people who are celebrating women in a proud and energetic way.
Because of this night, we can make connections, and these connections makes me want to go further. We already have much more possibilities than we had before, but we're still, you know, we could still go further.
There's so many incredible women filmmakers, and this elevates and celebrates them, and I think it's very important.
Women who are in cinema being together in a room to be able to not only celebrate each other, but to get to speak together, the ability to lift each other up and support each other is so vital.
There are so many female filmmakers being celebrated this time. There are about like 38 entries is what I heard, which is amazing.
So great to be in a room full of like-minded, driven, ambitious, intelligent women.
رائع لكل الأفلام تقريبا، وسعيدين بالتواجد هنا في Women in Cinema.
I have 4 daughters of my own, and I encourage them to tell their stories. And for the women who are in countries still that are more repressed than women have been here, women see the opportunity to be able to be free.
I think it's really important to bring people together from different backgrounds, all in celebration of a cause.
The things that we can do, the fact that we can multitask, and I think that's why so many of the best producers are women, because they can handle everything.
I think we need women, and we are in cinema, you know, in films, but at the same time we have to evolve and be aware of the, you know, the violences from the past that we've been through, and try and understand what's the qualities of women without having to push them down.
Don't let anybody tell you can't do it. Dream big, really big.
Do the best at what you do, and then move up the line if you have a story to tell.
Use your wisdom, your intuition, your intelligence, and say what you have to say.
We've always been here, and we always will be, so let's get comfortable with the idea of seeing a woman in charge.
Please join me in giving Amir a warm round of applause. Amir, please come to the stage.
There he is, the new Ali Farber, more like.
It's working. It's hardly an Adidas commercial.
Shows you're better than them.
I've been ready for years. Who's next?
If I see not even a hint of pregnancy after 101 nights.
Very specific.
I am very specific, young lady. You will not see next spring.
It feels wonderful. It's exciting. I've never been here before, and the festival here, the Red Sea Festival, is allowing me to show a film in a part of the world I've never been, so I'm eager to know how people are going to react. I'm very excited because showing a film to a new audience, it's a little frightening, but at the same time, you know what you've given. So there's a back and forth feeling of it was meant to be in a way, and at the same time, there's walking on a new path of wanderings. You know. The idea of this film, first of all, came from Robert Redford, who saw the show and said to me at the end of it in my dressing room, "You've got to make a film out of this." So, okay, I found a way to put it together. And afterwards, it stayed in a drawer for 15 years because I was working as an actress and shooting back-to-back in different films. And then after 2.5 years ago, I had 2 people coming to me and saying, "We'd like to do something with you. Do you have a project?" And I said, "Well, I have those tapes I'd like to do one day." And so they agreed, and so it's how it came together. Akram Khan comes from Bangladesh, but he lives in London and was born in London. And when we had the idea of making this show together, the name of it is In I, and it was kind of a jump in the unknown because, first of all, we come from very different backgrounds, and he's into dance and I'm into acting, so there's work on the outside of the body and more coming from the inside somehow. So our differences, we were wondering how it was going to work out. And I wanted to show all the layers we've been through and make the audience think that maybe they can go into a place they've never been before. Like I wanted to dance and he wanted to act. So we were responsible of each other's new art form. And you see in the film all the difficulties of it, but how also the possibilities of it. Well, I wrote the film as I was watching the rushes because I got the rushes from the director Marion Stalins, who filmed us while we were rehearsing. And so she said to me there were lots of rushes she didn't use, so I was eager to know what was in. And also I used the footage of our rehearsal time because we had a camera while we were rehearsing. So having this 170 hours of rushes, I had to write the script as I was watching them. And it took me a while to understand where I was, because there were so many possibilities, but the equilibrium of not revealing too much because you see the show after. So avoiding the repetitions was very important to me.
Welcome the Queen, Aishwarya Rai. Well, I wanted to start from the start and from childhood because you grew up in an academic family, not in a Bollywood one. So were your dreams ever to work in the world of cinema and to even be famous? Was that something you'd ever thought of, when you were a child?
I come from a family more academically oriented. Nobody and my nearest relatives to the farthest have belonged to showbiz. So honestly, as a kid, never did I dream that this is where I would be having my career and enjoying such an incredible relationship with such a large magnitude of people through this career choice, because I did think it was still a career which would engage with people, with humanity. I always thought it was medicine.
Let's go back to when you first started loving the craft of cinema. I know the opportunities open up when you win a beauty pageant, when you are popular in Bollywood, but you really started loving it. You started working with Mani Rathnam, with all the directors that informed your career throughout the years. At what point did you decide, okay, this is for me because the people I'm working with are making it a passion?
I was very fortunate to work with my guru Mani Ratnam to begin with. I was an avid admirer of his cinema. I loved his work as an audience member. So when he called on me to possibly work with him, oh my God, it was an immediate, natural yes, because I recognized that here's where I would get the opportunity to learn a craft that I wasn't officially trained for, but that would be in the right world. Also because, again, as I put it right at the outset, that it's a whole team of incredible talent that you get to engage with and work with. And life and experience is the greatest teacher. I believed that, and my choices reinforced that.
When you're in a very successful film, it's very easy to do the predictable second choice, but you always refuse that. You always chose depth, and versatility to predictability, and you took those risks, and they were courageous. When we met in the past, it was from Devdas to Pink Panther 2, there was Doom 2, there was Provoked. How important was it for you that your career become truly eclectic, even if the risks were involved?
Thank you for your appreciation, Rai. You've always been so generous with it, and that's what makes all the choices worth it, you know, because at the end of the day, like I said, no one comes with a rule book that has everything laid out and you kind of can predict about your choices. I still feel, oh my God, I haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's so much more still to explore. There's so many roles, there's so many personalities. I mean, look at this room full of people. You all have your own individual stories, which is so different from each other.
I wanted to explain what my family went through. I'm here to tell you how it started.
Shireen, ahla wa sahla. It's so nice to have you on the show. I have been following your career for so long. It's nice that we get to meet finally.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Well, let's talk about being at the Red Sea Film Festival and bringing the film here, All That's Left of You, and showing it to a pan-Arabic audience for the first time. How was it?
It's so exciting. Yeah, I had my first screening on Monday, and it is our Arab world premiere. So it was just fantastic, packed theater, very emotional responses, and
I can imagine.
It's amazing to be bringing it home, in a sense. You know, here were some of the most emotional responses that I've gotten for the film.
No one ever thought any of this would happen.
How much did you have to research, or was it all something you knew, or what did you discover in the process of the research of the film?
Well, I did, during that 5 years that I spent really thinking about the story, I did immerse myself in different periods of Palestinian history.
Yes.
I read a lot of books. I read a lot of stories, and I thought about the structure of the film, the characters, and different things would come to me. So I did spend a good period of time researching. But the film is really inspired by my own personal experience, by my family, by my father. And so the family within the film is really fictionalized. The events of the film, the political events, are all based on true events. But also, I think one of the things I really love about cinema is that it speaks the language of emotion. So not only does it kind of give you something to think about, it makes you feel something.
بقول سيدو إن عنا بيت كبير وقيافة.
هذا كلام مزبوط.
طيب ليش إحنا مستكنين فيه؟
And it's been so eclectic for you. I mean, of course, you are very close to your heritage, but you have a very eclectic career. And how is it for you living in America at the moment and being able to stretch, the acting and directing exercise in all sorts of ways?
It's been actually really such a privilege, and quite amazing, I have to say. I did things a bit unusually, you could say. Most people become actors and then become directors, whereas I really studied directing and really wanted to become a storyteller.
Yeah.
And then I kind of became an actor, or pursued my acting within that realm of storytelling, because we are, in some ways, all part of this movement of kind of waking people up right now to our stories and showing them
and
who we
talent
are
as well. You know, it's showing them the talent that all of you can have with the successes that you do, that Melinda Nucifora has, that Muammer has. It's kind of given a different perspective to what was seen before, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, to be able to share that, to share our voices, our stories with the world right now, and to all kind of be part of this global community is really, it's been really beautiful.
Is it true that you directed an episode of All Murders in the Building?
I directed 6 episodes.
6 episodes.
Of Only
See, I'm a big
Murders
fan.
in the Building.
I'm a big fan of Only Murders in the Building, and it's how was that?
It was so fun. It was really, I have to say, probably one of the funnest shows I've ever directed.
إنسانيتك أيضا مقاومة. ما تنسى قوة إنسانيتك. هي الإشي الوحيد اللي ما في حدا بيقدر يسلبه منك.
So how do you see the near future? You know, all that's left of you is Jordan's entry for an Oscar nomination. So hopefully you get one. And what would you like the film to go? Where would you like it to go?
I mean, I'd like it to be seen as widely as possible.
Yes.
I would really like it to be seen in a kind of mainstream way, you know, in the Arab world and in the Western world as well. I hope that, especially in the Arab world, that we can see cinema thrive more, you know, that people can appreciate, especially through the films that are coming out now, that kind of communal experience of going to see a movie in the cinema.
I fully agree.
I think it's magical.
Nothing like the big screen for me.
Really?
Nothing like that experience.
It's really beautiful.
That's how I see it. That's my love for film.
Definitely, me
Thank
too.
you. It's very nice to meet you finally.
Thank you
for
too.
everything.
شو فايدتنا كأهل بس مش قادرين نحمي أولاد؟
Tell a joke.
I think I'm getting a divorce. What tipped me off was that I'm living in an apartment on my own. Yeah. And my wife and kids don't live there. That was probably the biggest clue.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good.
Hi.
Good. I saw the film at the London Film Festival. It's full of heart. I wanted to know how great the collaboration was, starting with the writing and then working together so closely on a story that has so much heart and real facts in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the ideal scenario where you could work with your friends and work with your friends in an endeavor that you've never done before. And that was, for me personally, that was the case with Will and Laura, you know, who have both been my friends, especially Will for so many years, but even Laura for almost a decade. To then go into an arena that all of us have never done together and try to pursue something. It was, you know, it tested us. It was hard, but it was just, it couldn't have been a better experience on every level.
Yeah, I think also working on subject matter like this, on themes that we can relate to, especially at this time in our lives, I think made it, you know, made it all that much better. Not exactly sure what happened. Came home from work one day. Someone said, "Is this thing over?" Pretty sure it was her. Probably should have paid attention. That's what she meant about not paying attention.
I want to ask both of you the opposite question, you know, for Will about Bradley directing actors as an actor himself, and you, Bradley, understanding actors as a director.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, it's such a benefit to have a director who understands actors and acting and what that process is. And even before performance, what that mindset is like, and what our fears are, and what our hopes are and all that kind of stuff. And what was interesting about it was, you end up, I think, in a lot of ways, you can trust. Well, obviously we knew each other, so that helped. You know, I didn't have to sort of discover that relationship and understand what it was. So I had that, and then Bradley's an actor, and he was able to help me kind of, in a lot of ways, help me throw out everything I thought about acting up to this point.
Bradley?
I think, being an actor also and acting for so many years in so many different scenarios, and then to be in a privileged position to be able to be a part of creating an environment on set. I just knew so many elements that I felt hindered the acting experience on film that I was able to get rid of. And then all of the things that I knew helped me as an actor feel that I could do my best, and trying to create using all of those elements. So really I always just try to create the ideal scenario that I would feel as an actor comfortable giving all of myself.
I've been doing stand-up. Oh, I don't know how that is. That's a crazy handle. What, is she famous? No. Dude, I've been doing stand-up comedy on stage downtown. Okay. What? Is it like a hobby? Well, I'm not about to quit my job and go on tour.
How much fun is it to deconstruct the bond you have in real life and reconstruct that, kind of a little bit more awkward chemistry that the characters do?
I have to say, I think that's one of those things where when you don't have much time, and you're focused on other things, sometimes you just get lucky, and because you're open, whatever is naturally flowing between two actors in an imaginary circumstance just plays through. And that was really a lot of, Balls was well sort of conceived. And I felt like it was very clear of who that character is. So it just was an easy thing to fit into. And then because I was with Alex for the lion's share of what Balls has to do in the movie, it was just, we didn't talk about it much. We just did it and moved on.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, we did it a couple times where we read it, where we did like a table, like you, me, and Laura, and we would do the Alex Ball scene, and we'd look at each other and laugh and move on.
Yeah.
And we never we never dissected it.
No. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. They're wrapping me up. I really enjoyed the movie. It has a lot of heart.
Thank you.
My kind of film.
So what, you tell jokes?
Well, I try. It's more like kind of funny stories from my life. And
Oh, honey, I had no idea your life was this bad.
Yeah, what's funny about your life?
This is why she threw you out. Khabib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. Like, I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like, when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym, I can fight some best fighters in the world, and in my weight classes, even above, And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before, talking about training camp with you and you being their coach, and they said that you just pushed them
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, We're not here to just compete. I just want everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, You don't have choice, When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
Best motivation for me when they happy. I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say it.
And of course, we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him second or third round. This is what I think.
And do you love football? I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this. Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two team is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.